this inquiry session relating to the effects of the proposal on the setting of Dunskeag. Yesterday morning, I ran through a number of matters. I don't intend to repeat that. Safe to say that all those matters still stand. I just want to check, is anybody expecting a test of their fire alarm system today? No? Okay, so if it goes off, it's for real. So as I mentioned before, just please advise us if that happens, and we'll hold things until you're able to return. Just a reminder that today at 2 p.m, when we return from lunch, there'll be a quick discussion with ourselves and the Council and West Kintyre Community Council about programming for next week. So we'll all hopefully be in a position to discuss those matters. As with yesterday, we'll try and take a break about every hour or so to give everyone a screen break, but I'll wait for a natural pause to do that, and we'll aim to break for lunch between 1 and 2. I would hope to finish today around 4 p.m, but would be content to go beyond that in order to give us the best chance of completing proceedings today. And I know we talked about that yesterday, so we'll keep an eye on that through the day, and we'll chat about it again at 2 o'clock. Are there any other matters for me this morning before we get on with things? No? Okay. Well, yesterday we completed the evidence for the applicant's witness, and today we move on to Historic Environment Scotland's witnesses. So, Mr. Milne, over to you to introduce your first witness for today.
Thank you very much, sir. The first witness for Historic Environment Scotland is Ms. Alison Baisden. Good morning, Ms. Baisden. I have a few questions, but just to check that you can hear me fine, and could you test your microphone?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Great. Just in light of yesterday's difficulties, so that's good. So just a few questions in chief. Now, yesterday you heard the discussion about the changes between the managing change setting guidance between 2010 and 2016. Can I ask you, and please refer to your recognition and report if that speeds things along and makes life easier, but could you assist the inquiry by explaining your position, regarding what changes were made and why?
Yes, absolutely. So my understanding is that the Historic Scotland Setting Guidance was published in 2010. It was the first of its type. There were a couple of years road testing the setting guidance and seeing how it was applied. And then from around 2013 onwards, a process began wherein it was decided to do an update to the setting guidance. And this was reflecting on the way it had been applied, originally had been given to previous reporters' decisions and the way they were using the setting guidance. And additionally, I think just from practice, there was an aspiration to include a bit more information in the guidance on mitigation and guidance around issues like screening, etc., which aren't as fully developed in the 2010.
Excuse me, Ms. Baisden. Excuse me a moment. Just I'm sorry for the interruption. Would you be able to sit perhaps a little closer to your screen in order for the mic to pick up your voice? We can hear you, but you sound a little bit distant. I just wonder if that's a bit clearer. If you're sitting a bit closer to the mic, it just means it can pick you up better. My apologies for the interruption. Do please take a moment to recall where you were and continue.
No, so as I was saying, the intention really was to provide an update to the setting guidance, which clarified the documents and also elaborated on some areas that weren't as necessarily as far developed as in the 2010 document. For example, guidance around mitigation, screening, etc. yes, that process was done following a review of previous reporters' decisions and just generally practice. There was sort of sector-wide engagement on the updates, and it was published in, the new guidance document was published in 2016, I guess, to coincide with the technical update to the Historic Environment Scotland policy statement, as it was, and the formation of Historic Environment Scotland.
And we heard yesterday about changes made to paragraph 4.13 of the paragraph 10 guidance. Can you explain your position regarding the reasons for the, as I described it, the removal of 4.13, and as I discussed with Mr. Morley, the movement of certain concepts from 4.13 into the list of factors which appear in the 2016 guidance?
Yes, famously, paragraph 4.13 was removed from guidance. I do agree with Mr. Morley that actually the intention of that paragraph was really to encourage a broad discussion of ways change can impact on the way a heritage asset is understood, appreciated and experienced. I think maybe the stumbling block, as it were, is that paragraph 4.13 is at the bottom of the page in the 2010 setting guidance. There's no real impetus to turn over the page and look at all the other factors. So often what would happen is decision makers would rest on paragraph 4.13, think about key views, but also think about changes that would dominate or detract from a way a heritage asset is understood and appreciated as kind of determining factors. And looking back through previous reporters' decision, you can see time and time again this real emphasis on changes that impact on characteristics that determine how you understand or appreciate heritage asset, which are of course important, really important, but at the same time it feels like changes that impact on characteristics that determine how you experience the asset, they're not given the same weight. They're sort of, almost like the unloved child of understanding, appreciation and experience. And I can't actually find any sort of solid basis for weighting, understanding and appreciating over perhaps experiencing. And just I guess to reiterate, understanding and appreciation are of course important, and we're not for 1 second saying that that's not the case.
Did the change from 2010 to 2016 represent a major policy change on the part of Historic Scotland, oblique Historic Environment Scotland?
No. I think that was made very clear yesterday in terms of understanding setting as the factors that contribute to your understanding, appreciation and experience of a heritage asset. I think that message is channeled through to the 26 setting guidance. I think all that simply happened here is that the document has been made clearer and hopefully more helpful, I think.
Thank you. Next thing I want to ask you about is regarding the discussion which took place yesterday regarding intelligibility. And again, you heard that discussion. What is your response to the position that a monument's visibility is critical critical to its intelligibility?
I think one of the elements of the 2016 setting guidance that was sort of updated and elaborated on was the point. Let me just get the document. So it's in the factors on pages 6 and 7.
So this is CD 17.3,
Sorry, yes,
the
CD
2016
17.3, the setting guidance. Yes. So one of the factors is the prominence of the historic assets or place in views throughout the surrounding area. Critically, bearing in mind that sites need not be visually prominent to have a setting. And I think just in terms of our kind of practical experience of looking at heritage assets and assessing their cultural significance, often there are lots of monuments on the schedule that are not visibly prominent, that actually don't have any upstanding remains at all. For example, mark sites. Things that we know that there is archaeology there, but we can't see anything above ground level at all. So in those instances, I think you're really actually relying on the setting more in terms of your understanding and appreciation of the site, because you need to be able to draw meaning in some way. You need to be able to relate the assets to its surroundings to understand why is there a thing here, so I do think that in terms of the visual prominence of the fabric, the upstanding remains of Dunskeg, I think that actually, I think if you know something's there, you don't have to be able to see it. You can see it, you know, maybe see it on a map. Actually, your approach to the monument, in your approach to the monument, you don't necessarily have to see the remains to appreciate the strategic location of the monument and why it was so commanding in that area.
So developing that, can you draw meaning from a site, a cultural heritage site, a scheduled monument, without having sight of it,
I would say
having
so,
sight
yes.
of the monument? So next question I want to ask you is to pick up on the reporter's question yesterday regarding Scottish planning policy, policy number 145, and the debate which has taken place in writing, largely between the parties, and that's the meaning to it be attributed to the word integrity, where it appears in relation to setting in 145. Now, again, you may wish to take us to your precognition or report, where I know you've set out your thoughts on this, but could you take us through what your understanding is of integrity as it is used in Policy 145?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's fair to say, and I think hopefully it'll be recognised amongst all parties, that integrity is quite an oblique term. So what we've done is we've tried in our approach to determining impacts that affect the integrity of setting is set out a way in, basically, and that is to identify and define key characteristics that contribute to the cultural significance of the monument and the way it's understood, appreciated, and experienced, and determining the extent to which these characteristics remain intact.
Do you think there's that much between you and Mr. Morley regarding how 145 is applied?
Not desperately, to be perfectly honest. I think it really comes through in the statement of agreed matters that I know Mr. Morley uses slightly different terminology when he talks about key aspects of setting, but what he is essentially doing is defining key characteristics and then determining the level of impact on those key characteristics or key aspects, as he puts it. I think where we disagree or where we kind of diverge is really around the point of views from the sea, and whether these are in fact a key characteristic that contributes to the understanding, appreciation, and experience of scheduled monuments.
When you're using the word intactness to help unlock integrity, are you suggesting that no change is allowed to the setting of a monument?
No, I think when I talk about intactness, I think they have to be intact to the extent you can understand, appreciate, and experience the monuments. So of course, you know, we don't want to prevent any change that might impact on the setting of a monument to a negligible minor degree. But really, when you're introducing changes that start to degrade or diminish those key characteristics to the point where they're no longer as intelligible, then that becomes an issue.
Thank you. Turning now to, again, document which was looked at quite extensively yesterday, and that's the Historic Environment Policy for Scotland, which is document CD 17.6.
Got my paper copy.
Excellent. Go nowhere without it.
I know.
I'd be quite grateful if I could hand over to you to assist the inquiry by telling us how HEPS should be applied and what should be taken from it in the context of the determination of this application and therefore the reporter's recommendation to ministers.
So HEPS is national policy for managing change to the historic environments. It's not restricted to planning decisions. It is an overarching strategic document that is supposed to guide decision making affecting any aspect of the historic environment. Where it comes from, I think hopefully you'll note that HEPS itself is a sort of radical departure really from documents that have superseded it in terms of SHEP as it was and the Historic Environment Scotland policy statements. Those documents were very sort of dry, academic, procedural documents that really detailed the day-to-day work of HES. Historic Environment Scotland. So what happened really was that following the establishment of Historic Environment Scotland, it was felt that we really needed to reevaluate the way we go about designating and also managing the historic environment collectively. So there was a huge public survey called What's Your Heritage? In which members of the general public were engaged and asked questions about what they value, what was significant to them, and whether what measures they would like to see in place for the management of places of significance, of places of value to them. So really, HEPS advocates for an inclusive approach to decision making that really is reliant on an understanding, a shared understanding of the cultural significance of assets, whether that be kind of cultural significance in terms of its designation, but also cultural significance in terms of its meaning and associations for the general public as well. And so in terms of managing change, the cultural significance of the asset should be understood, and that should be understood in its breadth and in its inclusivity. And then in terms of managing change, the process is really set out that cultural significance shouldn't be lost, or if it is to be lost, then you really need to look at alternatives to preventing that loss or reducing it. And then also making decisions in a collective way, in a transparent way, in a way where people have the opportunity to input into decision making and enjoy the benefits of the historic environment thereafter.
Now, HEPS sets out a number of policies, and we looked at those policies and looked at the policies and principles yesterday. Now, looking more specifically at the present application and its impact on Dunskeag, the scheduled monument, and setting, which of the policies are relevant here?
I would say I quoted two policies in my objection letter, and those were the policies underneath the heading Managing Change on page 14 of HEPS. And I concentrated on policy HEP2 and HEP4. So decisions affecting the historic environment should ensure that its understanding and enjoyment, as well as its benefits, are secured for present and future generations. And then HEP4, changes to specific assets and their context should be managed in a way that protects the historic environment. Opportunities for enhancement should be identified where appropriate. If detrimental impact on the historic environment is unavoidable, it should be minimized. Steps should be taken to demonstrate that alternatives have been explored and mitigation measures should be put in place.
And what should we take from the core principles on managing change and how the principles are applied, the text which follows the policies to which you've just referred regarding managing change?
Yep, certainly. So there's actually a handy sort of step process on page 15 of HEPS, which goes through the process that we would want decision makers to go through when they're considering changes that would affect the historic environment. Obviously, at the beginning, you've got to understand the historic environments, its context, understand why the change is happening, understanding the likely impact of the proposed actions or decisions, then making decisions about impacts, avoiding negative impact where possible, and minimizing any impact that cannot be avoided, keeping intervention to a minimum. And then also monitoring as well. So that's a good framework, and it sort of, in a way, mirrors the EIA process and the way impacts on the environment are assessed through that.
Do you have any comment on compliance of the present development, the Sheirdrim wind farm proposal, with the policies on managing change to which you've just referred?
I I think when it comes to the application of these two policies, we don't, in our view, I don't think that the proposals meet these particular tests, HEP 2 and HEP 4, that's clearly set out in my objection letter. I don't think the understanding and enjoyment of the asset are secured for present and future generations. And also, when it comes to policy HEP 4, I don't think, again, the introduction of the wind farm would protect the historic environment or particularly enhance it. And also, I am unsure the extent to which the applicant has sought to minimise effects on Dunskeag in particular, or if that's not possible, which it may not be in this case, sought to think about alternatives. So I don't think the proposals meet the test HEP 4 either.
And you, just for reporters' notes, you reference HEP 4 at paragraph 14 of your recognition.
That's right, yes.
There was also discussion yesterday about policy number 1, decisions affecting any part of the historic environment should be informed by an inclusive understanding of its breadth and cultural significance. I wonder if you could take us through your view on the application of that policy to the Sheirdrim development proposal.
Yes, certainly. I think in terms of the way we would look at the proposals, we would look at Gonski obviously we want to take into account its cultural significance and the contribution of it to that. In doing so, absolutely, we need to refer.
My apologies for the interruption, Ms. Baisden. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
you were a little bit muffled there. Would you mind just repeating what you were saying just a second ago? I suspect it's just the mic's ability to pick you up when you're at certain distances. So please just take a moment to remember where you were, and then in your own time, just perhaps if you can refresh us with what it was you were just saying.
Yeah, certainly. So in terms of policy HEP 1, which is decisions affecting any part of the historic environment should be informed by an inclusive understanding of its breadth and cultural significance. And I think in terms of reaching that understanding, I think it is absolutely important to draw on academia, as Oliver Lewis does so robustly in his report, to draw on archaeological expertise, but also to draw on values that the affected communities might project onto the asset too. So it's really a two-way street. It's an exchange of information. What can archaeological study tell the general public about the importance of the heritage assets, and what can the community, the people at large, communities of interest, whether you live in the area or you have an interest in it, what can they tell us about the interest of the monuments?
Thank you very much for what you were saying there. We were able to hear that. I wonder if it's possible for you to wear a headset. I wonder whether this is something that might just avoid some of the issues. We'll just give you a moment to plug that in and get comfortable with that and just check that it works.
Yeah, we were having exactly the same conversation as you were going through that thought process.
Yes.
So some headphones are now on, Ms. Baisden.
Is that better?
That's better. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
That's fine. So my apologies for interruption. Mr. Mill, Ms. Baisden, please continue from wherever you need to continue from.
So yes, cultural significance, it should be inclusive. I think that's where I was heading, and it should draw on value attached to it through academic study, as well as value attached to it from the communities who live around it, and draw emotional attachment to it as well.
Ms. Basin, are there any parts now, we've not gone here previously, but for the reporter's notes, are there any parts of the written evidence which has been submitted on behalf of members of the community to which you would wish to draw the reporter's attention?
Yes, I think there are some really lovely and colourful descriptions of the value that Dunskeag has to offer to the people that live in the area, provided by Mr. Stewart and Mr. Russell in their inquiry, I think, statements. So if we were to turn to Mr. Russell's statement,
And that's CD 11.4.
CD 11.4. Here's just to give you a brief extract from that. Part 2, paragraph 1. I will not claim to have expertise in the archaeology of the site and leave this aspect to the judgment of Historic Environment Scotland. However, the promontory on which it stands is one of the most prominent in the district, both from within the loch, from Gea, and the Sound of Jura. I will stress that its summit is only 143 metres above ordnance datum, compared to the 149.9 metre height to blade tip of most Sheirdrim turbines. Turbine 1, for example, stands on or very near the 150 metre contour line. That is to say, its tip will be approximately 300 metres above ordnance datum. Even T4, nearest to Dunskeag, appears to have its blade tip about 250 metres above OD. I will point out that such enormous differences in height must seriously affect the setting of Dunskeag, reducing it to a mere pimple by comparison. I will suggest that Dunskeag is especially interesting and valuable site, not only because of the number of defensive structures which the layman like me struggles to interpret, but because there is evidence of vitrification in several parts of the ramparts, a technical mystery which I am told even experts find impossible to explain. And then in terms of the continued value to the community that Dunskeag has, I think Mr. Stewart, in his inquiry statement, is very clear. Again, it's CD 11.3. He says, when he's talking about Dunskeag, their defensive nature was not just in anticipation of invasion from further abroad, but to defence against native threats, recognising also the relationship between smaller and larger sites where social, ritual and religious functions may have been emphasised. Dunskeag is still significant today as a focus for community activity on occasions such as Midsummer, the Queen's various Jubilee celebrations, and celebrations to mark the millennium. Occasions when bonfires have been lit and seen as part of a chain visible up and down the western seascape and as far as Northern Ireland.
Thank you. Now, moving on to another point which was discussed yesterday, the scheduling of this asset in 1964. Probably useful to go to CD 17.10.
Yes, I've got it.
Great. Now, could you tell us what this is and what this tells us about the reasons for the scheduling?
So this is the scheduling document, so the legal document that was created when Dunskeag was scheduled in 1964. and it contains various legal jargon around the Ancient Monuments Acts 1913 and 31, and a red line area map of the area to be scheduled. What it doesn't include, however, is any assessments of the cultural significance of the forts, and duns, I should say. So actually, when Mr. Morley says that it was scheduled primarily for its archaeological interest, while I accept that it's a reasonable assumption given the regulatory framework in place, we actually don't know what the people that scheduled the monument thought of the site. There is no analysis there of why they think that site is particularly important. So it's up to us today, using a contemporary framework, to assess the cultural significance of the scheduled monument and use contemporary policy to manage change to that cultural significance. And that policy is included in at 145 of SPP.
If something was to be scheduled today, would there be more than
Yes,
this legal document?
absolutely. There, now we publish all our designation decisions through our portal online. There's a report of handling. There is detailed analysis. There's a sort of assessment using the criteria in the designation policy and selection guidance. So these old designation documents are really not very helpful to us today, and that's something that we've recognised and have tried to address in current practice.
The last thing, thank you very much, Ms. Beeson. The last point I wish to take you to it again, a question asked by the reporter yesterday, which I wonder if you can assist the inquiry with, and that is what is meant by exceptional circumstances, as that term appears in SPP 145. First question I have for you here is, insofar as you are aware, are exceptional circumstances relied upon by this applicant in terms of this policy?
In terms of policy 145, the applicant on acknowledging the impact, therefore on not calling upon the exceptional circumstances test. So they're not actually, there's no information in the application documents to demonstrate exceptional circumstances in those terms. So none have been offered as part of the application. What
Advice? Now, you of course are a qualified planner, as we can see from your CV. If the reporters wish to accept your advice, what advice would you give on the approach that should be taken to the application of this test, were it to be relevant?
Firstly, I should probably say it's not for me to make that judgment. It's with the reporters, but there are precedents of where the exceptional circumstance test has been considered in relation to renewable energy development in particular. In my inquiry reports, I referred to the Longburn wind farm decision. Let me find it. That is CD 15 points. Is that
15.556.
56. CD 15.56. paragraph 69, the reporter, sorry, paragraph 79, I should say, the reporter says he acknowledges in this instance he hadn't been presented with any evidence outlining exceptional circumstances, but he does consider the test, and he says that he does not consider that the proposed development of this wind farm, notwithstanding the economic or renewable energy benefits offered, to be exceptional in terms of its purpose, design, or location.
And you refer at paragraph 69 of your report in the same context to do with exceptional circumstances to Outhmuir, CD 15.54.
Yes.
Is there anything in
Let
that decision?
look. I think with the Outhmuir decision as well, let me just find the relevant part.
I think that the reference to exceptional circumstances is at paragraph 26 of
26.
that report.
So again, yes, it's simply to say that for Outhmuir, the applicant similarly hadn't put forward any exceptional circumstances to justify the impact on the scheduled monument, setting of the scheduled monument.
Thank you very much, Ms. Basin. I have no further questions at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm just noting we're coming up to 10:15, and I would have thought about having a break at past. Mr. Innes, do you want to have a break just now and then begin, or do you want to begin and then have a break? How would you like to proceed?
I'm happy just to crack on, and we'll break at past, and I'll note that we've got first 20 minutes and then I'll call an appropriate time, but I'm happy just to crack on if that's okay.
Yes, as you wish. Yes, please continue.
Good morning, Ms. Basin. Could I first of all ask you when you first became involved in relation to this particular project?
The first I saw of it was at the EIA scoping stage. So this is when we get issued, normally through the energy consents unit, an EIA scoping report, which sets out a description of the proposed development and potential environmental receptors, and we seek to guide the energy consents unit and also the applicant in focusing their time, energy, resources into potentially significant issues.
In terms of your involvement in that process, was it just you that was responsible for producing the scoping response, or were there others in the organisation as well?
It's been me and Oliver all the way through. So myself and Mr. Oliver Lewis drew together the EIA scoping response, and our response would have been signed off as well.
And who would sign that off?
That would be, I think, for a scoping response, that would be at the level up, the sort of deputy head level, and in some instances, the head of casework would sign off scoping.
Insofar as this case is involved, have there been others from HES involved in the either the preparation of scoping, the formulation of evidence for this inquiry, apart from the two of you?
No.
Nobody else, thank you. So insofar as the preparation for evidence, etc., you describe a trip that you took in March just before national lockdown. I think it was probably days or weeks before it would have been very difficult. But you managed to get out there for 2
Yeah.
days. Is that correct?
That is correct. We crept in just before lockdown was initiated. So yes, we did manage to get out onto site.
So far as that trip was concerned, was it you and Oliver again?
It was me, Oliver, and also deputy heads John Raven.
Right. And in terms of the expedition that you undertook at that time, could you just describe where you went over the 2 days, please?
Yes, certainly. So in order to combine resources, we actually visited a number. It was a site visit that was scheduled over 2 and indeed 3 days to cover a number of casework issues in the Argyll area. So we went up to Donnelly Castle at Oban initially to look at some works that were taking place to the scheduled monument there. But then we concentrated after Donnelly, we drove down to Kintyre, and the first thing we did was we climbed the hill. So we climbed up to the top of Dunskeag with the visualizations provided as part of the EIA report, the LVIA viewpoint 6, and took a look at the impact there. We also drove up and round and down Knapdale to look at viewpoints, LVIA viewpoint 5, and then further down the road as well to understand what the monument would, the relationship of the monument with West Loch Tarbert in particular, those spatial relationships. And then we, at the end of that day, we got on the ferry from Kennecraig over to Port Ascaig, and so there was, it was the site visit was springtime, so there was good lights, and we travelled down West Loch Tarbert and out to sea, reviewing the monument as we went, and with the benefit of the enlarged visualizations that were blown up from the LVIA visualizations provided at Technical Appendix 7.6 of the EIA report. And then when we were on Isla, we went to a site, Finlagan, to talk to the owners and managers of that site. And then the next day, early in the morning, we had a glorious day. We took the ferry from Port Ellen back to Kennecraig.
Thank you very much. In terms of I'm going to briefly understand your background. So could I go to your inquiry report, please? Mm-hmm. Which is CD 11.61, and if we go to page 33. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And that just gives you a bit of background about you as an individual, that you have a number of degrees in history of art, both at undergraduate and postgraduate level, and subsequently a postgraduate degree in planning. Is that correct?
That's right, yes.
After your academic studies, you went to work for Turley as a planner heritage. Now, Turley are a very well respected heritage organisation. Which were you based throughout the UK, or which particular office?
So I a number of offices. I actually started work from the Manchester office. I grew up in Manchester, and then I moved down and worked for a couple of years in the London office. The heritage team at Turley, I should say, is discrete and it operates across locations. So while I was working in London, I was also doing a bit of Manchester casework for my boss, Katie Ray, at the time.
And insofar as that role was concerned, was it entirely focused on heritage planning?
No, I actually did I did do heritage planning and research in support of that, but also I did some general planning work on applications for change of use, advertisement consent, to do with the establishment of a number of Sainsbury's local stores.
Great. And subsequent to that, so that's the planning, please. In terms of your subsequent role from 2015, you're a senior environmental assessment and advice officer at HES.
Mm-hmm.
Reviewing, obviously, and giving advice on environmental assessment, and thereafter, obviously, in that role, giving advice. Is that correct? Both to potentially as a consultee to planning authorities, ECU, etc. You would be the link, would you?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, before you leave the report, I'm going to briefly reference two passages of your report, which is about the definition of integrity. And what I'm just going to say, we're going to flag them because we're going to come back to them. But I think having set it out here, we'll see as you set it out. In terms of paragraph 32 of your report, HES considers that in order to maintain the integrity of a scheduled monument setting, the key characteristics, including key views of the monument setting, must remain intact, such that the cultural significance of the monument and the ability to understand and appreciate it and experience it are not adversely affected. That's as you set it out.
Yes.
And that's repeated at paragraph 77.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a formulation which you personally have established?
No. It has, I think it was recognised at the inquiry for Knockanish, in particular, where the issue of integrity was really scrutinised, that we really needed to provide to decision makers a good way in to talking about changes that would affect the integrity of the setting of a scheduled monument. So I have adopted that approach myself.
Now, I'm just going to ask, because obviously we're going to come and look at some cases later. In terms of your understanding as a planner, do you understand that where a decision is made with a full report to the Scottish ministers, that type of decision-making process would generally be given greater weight subsequently, because obviously it's not just the decision of an individual reporter, but represents the decision-making of effectively our collective masters, the Scottish ministers.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I understand that the reporters report to Scottish ministers, and then it's up to ministers to review that and come to their own view.
And insofar as we're going to come and look at different processes, that one of the issues is, depending on what the decision-making context is, there may be a different legal or policy framework that applies.
Yes, certainly.
And one of the benefits of report cases is that effectively the reasoning provided for the decision-making has to be fuller, because effectively the Scottish ministers had to be taken through all the key issues, and clearly articulated reasoning has to be provided for them to take the judgment on. Is that your understanding of the difference? And we'll come and look at cases.
Yes.
We'll take the Aviva case as a good example, where the reporter didn't have
Mhm.
jurisdiction because the Scottish ministers chose to bring it back into their control. As a consequence, we see the reporter having to produce a reasoned report. So I'm using that one because it's a planning case, but and that's obviously a discretion. But in this particular case, the ministers have jurisdiction throughout.
Yeah.
I'm going to perhaps now take you through, actually, so that's a new point. So if we're going to have the break, now would be the perfect 5 minutes, if that's okay.
Yes, I'm happy to take a break just now. My clock says 10:27, so let's be generous and come back at 10:35, please. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Can everyone hear me? Yep, fantastic. Okay, Mr. Innes, back over to you to continue from where you left off.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Basin, could I ask you now to have Scottish Planning Policy CD 7.15? And we're going to page 33 of that document. And if you're looking for paragraph numbers, it's 135.
Yep, I've got you.
Right. Could we look at essentially the framework that applies? So 135 and 136 sets the wider policy context. Do we agree with that?
Yes.
And cultural heritage is given a particular place as a key cultural and economic asset and a source for inspiration. Agree with that sentiment?
Yes, absolutely. Wholeheartedly. Yeah.
Wholeheartedly.
And in paragraph 137, we go on to what the planning system should do. So having set out the general principles, we then get into what the planning system as a whole should be doing. Do we see that? General principles.
Yes. Yeah.
And insofar as that's promoting the care and protection of designated and non-designated environment, including individual assets, related settings, and the wider cultural landscape and its contribution to sense of place, cultural identity, social well-being, economic growth, civic participation, lifelong learning. A long list of the values which may be attached to arising from either historic sites or places.
Yep, that's correct.
And we also see within the SPP that enable positive change in the historic environment, but it must be informed by a clear understanding of the importance of the heritage assets affected and to ensure that future use, and then goes on, change should be sensitively managed to avoid and minimize the adverse effects on fabric and setting of the asset and ensure that its special characteristics are protected, conserved, or enhanced. Do you see that?
Yes.
General policy. Now, having set out the general policies, do we then agree in terms of the delivery? We've got development planning is essentially guidance for those undertaking and providing various plans at LDP, at others that have changed over this period and how they're described, but it's for setting the guidance and formulating planning policy.
That's right. Yes.
And then we go to development management, where essentially national policy is set in relation to what we should be taking into account when we're actually taking decisions.
That's correct. Yes.
So just pausing there if I may. So in terms of understanding those policy principles, those are delivered through the development management policy formulation.
So in terms of the delivery, it's a plan-led system, of course. So the policy at the moment in SPP is translated into local development plans, in terms of planning decisions, I should say. So it's up to planners making those decisions to determine an application in line with the development plan, unless material considerations indicate otherwise. So yeah, so I guess in terms of the implementation of that policy, I guess it's sort of channeled through the development plan. Historic Environment Scotland has a role helping local authorities draw together their local development plans and ensuring the policy content within local development plans is compliant with SPP and and the provisions within that. Of course, this isn't strictly a planning decision, it's a Section 36 consent application. And so the development plan isn't the kind of primary consideration here. You have to think about other factors, one of which being the historic environment policy for Scotland, alongside, of course, energy policy and the provisions within SPP or MPF as it will become.
Yeah, but Ms. Basin, as we're currently looking at, what I'm understanding is what the Scottish ministers have set out as the approach to decision making arising from those policy principles that we've agreed are set out at policy 137.
Yes.
Well, what I want to do is because in your evidence, you set out a whole series of decisions, some which relate to scheduled monuments, some which relate to listed buildings. And I just want to make sure that we understand the context for those decisions, because clearly that might be relevant as we come to view them.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm going to use is the SPP to go through these matters, and I will reference other matters so that we've got the context. So I'm going to just deal with scheduled monuments first, but scheduled monuments, first of all, are monuments which are designated under the Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Areas Act 1979, is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
What happens with all these legislations is that they also make sure that those that were designated under the prior legislation get the benefit of the new legislation. So that is how Dunskeag benefits from that matter. I don't want to go into the whys and wherefores, but the fundamental issue which you raised about the scheduling is the scheduling actually did make reference to the 1913 and I think a later legislation. But the fundamental basis is that the basis of designation at that time was the preservation of monuments which were of national importance.
That is correct, yes, and I do agree. It's not unreasonable to assume that it was designated for its archaeological interest.
And insofar as that legislation continues, that legislation continues to provide under Part 1 protection of scheduled monuments. And it does that through a process of controlling any works that occur on the scheduled monuments. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Statutory protection of scheduled monuments. That's correct, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And whilst on this list, we see later on that whilst we're still in the Ancient Monuments and Archaeological Areas Act, but in terms of changes of legislation, that gardens and design landscapes were also added to the matters which could be listed, and therefore it forms a formal part of a list. And I think that was through the Historic Environment Amendment Scotland Act 2011. And then we also have the battlefields, which also benefited from also being listed under that legislation, under the amendments to the Historic Environment Scotland Act 2014. So these are formally designated under that legislation. Yes?
That's correct, yes.
And we'll come on to look at how various settings are dealt with. But while we carry on, we've got then listed buildings. And again, the approach here is again a formal process where buildings are formally listed. And in terms of the Planning and Listed Buildings and Conservation Areas Act 1997, there is legislation relevant to listed buildings, isn't there?
That is correct, yes.
And insofar as the legislation is concerned, there is, first of all, a provision for the physical protection of alterations to the building and those requiring consent and authorization.
That is correct, yes, through the LBC process.
And in addition, under that legislation, there's a statutory duty to have, in exercising planning functions on decisions of planning applications, to have special regard to the desirability of preserving the setting of listed buildings. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So in that context, Parliament has decided that the preserving of the setting of listed buildings is of such worth that special regard has to be had in determining planning applications. Finally, in relation to these matters, conservation areas are designated and again get a level of statutory consideration in that when under section 64 of the Planning and Listed Building and Conservation Areas Act, again, that slightly is not special regard, but special attention is to be given to the effects of development on the character and appearance of the conservation area. Again, statute bringing in a specific statutory regime in relation to conservation areas, of particularly within development within it. And we're now going to just look in the SPP how it deals with various aspects of setting, if we may, please.
Yep, certainly.
So if we look at paragraph 141, this deals with listed buildings. Now, change to a listed building. That sounds like we're going to be physically interfering with the listed building. Do we see that? Yeah.
Yes.
And the second part of the test, or the policy test in 141, is that where a planning permission and listed building consent are sought for the development to or affecting a listed building, special regard must be given to the importance of preserving and enhancing the building, its setting, and any features of special architectural or historic interest. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
In terms of, that's slightly different from the statutory definition in adding potentially the enhancing in that context, but that's the SPP policy. It's a importance of preserving and enhancing. And the second bit that it deals with in terms of setting is paragraph 142 on listed buildings. And this is a very particular aspect of listed buildings where there may be enabling a development which ultimately might be securing the long-term future of an under threat listed building, and specific guidance or policy is given and related to that. The resulting development should be designed, cited carefully to preserve or enhance the character and setting of the historic asset. Do we see that?
Yes, I do see that.
So that's one set of setting rules, both statutory underpinning them, but further sets of rules within the things. And I would suggest to you that they set a relatively high standard of protection where one has to preserve and enhance. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
And when we'll get to conservation areas at 143, do we see that again, what we have is the proposals for development within conservation area and proposals out with, which will impact on its appearance, character, or setting, should preserve or enhance the character and appearance of the conservation area.
That's correct, yes.
So again, a very particular setting test provided for conservation areas. Now, in terms of gardens of design landscapes and battlefields, there isn't any policy that it just says that, for example, planning authority should protect and where appropriate seek to enhance gardens and design landscapes, including imagery gardens and design landscapes of regional and local importance. So there isn't actually any particular setting test provided in those assets for that and battlefields, is there?
That's correct.
But you might go back and look at the policy principle to talk about 137, the first bullet points, where it talks about the care and protection and designation of non-designated historic environment, including individual assets, related settings. So in the SPP, there is a broad judgment that of settings being potentially applicable. Would you agree with that?
I would agree, yes.
And in terms of 147, in relation to World Heritage Sites, it's a very specific issue. And in relation to World Heritage Sites is where a development proposal has the potential to affect the World Heritage Site or its setting, the planning authority must protect and preserve its outstanding universal value, which is a very specific test in relation to World Heritage Sites.
That's correct, yes.
So what we're seeing within the policy framework is different tiers of protection and applicability of setting within the policy framework of the SPP. Would you agree with that?
Yes, I would, but I would bring you back to the more general policy principles at 135. That the planning system should promote the care and protection of the designated and non-designated historic environment, including individual assets, related settings, and the wider cultural landscape. So there is a broad brush, I would say, policy protection across the board for the setting of heritage assets.
But as a planner, you'll appreciate that broad brush policies, when it comes to crunch, also have to have an understanding of what the thresholds are and what the tests are, or it all becomes fairly meaningless. Would you accept that, Ms. Baisden?
Yes, certainly.
And if I can just put to you at paragraph 145, under scheduled monuments, you say there is no difference between the effect, physical effect on the scheduled monument or the effect on the setting. Now, I'm going to take this really, really slowly so that we can identify where we might be disagreeing on this, this particular paragraph. Could you ignore everything past the or at this stage? And could we just focus on the physical effects on the monument? Okay. So the threshold that's set is that where there is a potential for a proposed development to have an adverse effect on a scheduled monument. Do we agree that when it uses the word on the scheduled monument, that we're talking about the physical aspects of the asset?
That's correct, yes.
And what that is effectively saying, that if we have any adverse effect on the physical aspects of the asset, the presumption is that permission should only be granted in exceptional circumstances. Can we agree that?
That is correct, yes.
Now, in relation to the second part of the sentence, the or here is a coordinating conjunction, which is providing the alternative. It's not the same, is it?
That's correct.
Second point is that if we were just talking about an adverse effect on setting having the same threshold, we would just remove the word and on the integrity could be removed because it would just be any adverse effect on the setting, wouldn't it? So if it was just an adverse effect on setting, that was the threshold, the words the integrity of are superfluous.
That's correct. I do believe that integrity of does set a higher bar than just the word setting.
And as a planner, what do you understand by the word integrity? And we will come back to this later.
In terms of the word integrity, as I say, it's not the easiest word to kind of grapple with. UNESCO, in their operational guidelines for the implementation of the World Heritage Convention, there's section 88 from that document, and they define the word integrity as a measure of the wholeness or intactness of the cultural or natural heritage and its attributes.
So was that natural heritage?
So because World Heritage sites can be designated on the basis of their natural heritage value just as much as their kind of cultural heritage value, that's why the definition's quite broad in that sense.
So the wholeness or intactness was the definition that you apply.
Yes, that's right.
Just a couple of other matters I want to raise with you on SPP as at this phase, please. Could you look at paragraph 150, please?
Yes.
And this is
Yeah.
planning authorities should protect archaeological sites and monuments as an important finite and non-renewable resource and preserve them in situ wherever possible. Now, again, I'm going to suggest to you that that relates to the physical aspects of the site.
That's correct, yes.
And effectively what this section is dealing with is there can be circumstances where in situ preservation is not possible. And in those circumstances, the advice is that through the use of conditions or legal obligation, that extensive appropriate excavation, recording, analysis, and publication and archiving before and during development is required. So effectively, if you are going to lose that resource, you have to make sure that it's properly analysed and that we have that data and history preserved. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
I've got one preliminary other matter I want to raise before going on to look at some heritage policy, please. In paragraph 24 of your CD 11.6.1, you reference Schedule 9 to the Electricity Act 1989.
That's right.
Yeah, and in terms of that legislation, the word protecting sites is used, protecting. Is it your understanding that that, as we've just looked at, references the physical protection of the sites?
Yes, the physical protection of the sites. I have taken a broad brush reading of that schedule to include the protection, the physical protection of the sites and also their settings.
I'm going to ask you, have you taken legal advice on the interpretation of Schedule 9 to the Electricity Act?
I have not, no.
Has HES, for the preparation of this inquiry, taken legal advice on the interpretation of Schedule 9 to the Electricity Act?
No, I don't believe we have.
One thing, Ms. Baisden, which I will not do, is sit cross-examining somebody who's not a lawyer on legal interpretation of an act. That's we can talk about it in context, but I'm not doing that. That's not right and not fair. So we'll take it as far as we can and we'll move on. Thank you. Now, if we could get into the core of matters which you'll be very familiar, which is your heritage documents. What I want to very briefly look at with you, and I again don't want to spend a lot of time debating interpretations because clearly they'll be ultimately a matter of submission. But I do want to take you first of all to the PEPs, which is CD 7.6.
I've got it. My paper one.
Yeah, as you say, this is a a sea change in the essentially the approach to the way in which you present your policies. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes.
And for those of us that remember the memorandum of guidance, it is quite a change in terms of having coloured pictures and being other than numbered text, which it went on for pages and pages and pages. So the idea is to try and synthesize broad principles which are applicable across the functions that HES has in relation to the cultural heritage of Scotland.
That's correct. Yes.
And one of the if we just take some phrases, please, could we just look at some definitions? I'm afraid lawyers are always far too keen on definitions, but that's where we always head to first when trying to understand anything. Could we first understand, looking at the asset, please? An asset or a historic asset or a heritage asset is the physical element of the historic environment. A building, monument, site, place, area or landscape identifies having cultural significance.
Excuse me, Madam Mr. Innes, whereabouts are we looking, please?
It's page 4, I think. Sorry,
Page
4 of the document.
Page 4. Page 4 electronic version.
I'm on a hard copy, I'm afraid, sir.
I see. I can see assets written on the right-hand side of a page, on the right of something that says words and phrases used in this policy. Is that where we are?
Correct. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The right-hand column. And we see that an asset is a physical element of the historic environment, a building, monument, site, place, area, or landscape identifies having cultural significance. Just so that we understand phraseology. Cultural significance is defined, and that's a key concept. It means the aesthetic, historic, scientific, or social value of past, present, future generations. Cultural significance can be embodied in the place itself, its fabric, setting, use, association, meanings, records, rated places, and that's the ICOMOS reference. And that's synthesizes ICOMOS.
That's right. That's taken directly from the borough charter.
And it's not to say that none of these or many of these weren't actually in place and being considered by your predecessor organisation in Historic Scotland in their guidance before. I mean, these are many of these concepts were probably in part developed by some of the aspects and concepts that have developed through heritage assessment, through EIA, etc. That they probably helped stimulate that debate. Do you agree with that?
I would agree with that, yes.
Because EIA is a process where we are trying to assess change, and having had EIA introduced, we have professionals involved in trying to bring a consistency of approach to ensure that there's a consistency in the way in which we go about looking to assess the potential impacts. Correct.
Yes.
And in the context of impact, we see that the impact can be neutral, positive, or negative. There can be impact on the physical elements or of a place, or its setting, or of its surroundings are changed so that our understanding, appreciation, or experience is altered. So that's the approach to understanding impact and change, and that has been consistent. If I go back and look at the definition of setting back in 2010, we were also using the words understanding, appreciation, or experience.
That's right, yes.
So in many respects, a lot of the concepts embedded within the approaches to cultural heritage that have been developed probably since the 1990s and the need for EIA have actually, we've already been practicing quite a lot of the borough charter stuff. That'd be fair. In terms of, as I say, the approach to the policy formulation is very different from dense text and numbered paragraphs to one where effectively illustrations are used as well as text. And no doubt some of the feedback that you had during your public consultation is that for many, dense text immediately turns them off from looking to understand it. So in looking at the document, we may have a diagram, but often there'll be also text to support it. So we can't just, we've got to look at the document as a whole. Would you agree with that?
Yep. 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 It's designed to be accessible. It's written in plain English, and we've tried to use graphics to help us along with that.
I've turned to HEP1 on page 12, but it's 13 on my version. Now, HEP1 states that decisions affecting any part of the historic environment should be informed by an inclusive understanding of its breadth and cultural significance. Now, can we agree that the application process associated with the Section 36 application involves consultation with consultees over a threshold EIA, all these, and a decision-making process to which the public can both write in and participate in, that all these are part of a process which would be fully compliant with HEP1?
I would agree. Yes, I think the EIA process in itself is designed to be participatory and to take into account the views of the public. It's supposed to be transparent and accessible, and offer people the opportunity to contribute their views on the environmental impacts of the developments.
And insofar as we're getting information from a range of sources, and we aren't, the applicant isn't the only party to an EIA process. Both you, the local authorities, and other organisations and individuals have written in relation to cultural heritage aspects, haven't they?
They have, yes.
So no doubt you have read a report that Mr. Morley has produced for this inquiry, and no doubt you've also read the report that Mr. Lewis has produced for the inquiry. Do you see that? I take it you've read them both.
Yes. I've read them both, yes.
And one of the things is, whilst they may not agree ultimately on the conclusions, in terms of carrying out their more detailed research for a public inquiry, they've both set out in quite a lot of detail, both providing interesting information that the other hasn't provided. So in fact, when you pull it all together, that's all information that's relevant to the setting. And I understand from your perspective and the site visits, and we'll come on to speak to Mr. Lewis later, but he's got a very fixed view as to what's key, and that's from his site inspection. Mr. Morley tends to, and this tends to be the nature of applicants, has also gone to probably more locations and demonstrated a context as well. And hopefully you'd acknowledge that that is all information that will help improve the decision-making process.
Yes, absolutely. I think, it's supposed to be inclusive decision making, and that includes a mixture of professional views.
And in terms of HEP2, decisions affecting historic environment should ensure that its understanding and enjoyment as well as its benefits are secure for present and future generations. Now, that's a classic broad statement that will need, in terms of a development management process or decision-making process, it will need to have thresholds, because that in itself is so broad that it's not a development control policy. Do you agree with that?
I do agree with that. I think, I think the policies in SPP provide certainly more direction on specific tests. But as I say, the Historic Environment Policy for Scotland is a high-level strategic document which really governs the approach that we should be taking.
And secondly, if we come to HEP4, in terms of our assessment, the applicant's assessment of the proposals, whilst we acknowledge negative impacts, where we're disagreeing is the level of those negative impacts. That's the primary difference between us. And the second point about that is that you probably weren't present, or you may have been, whilst the landscape evidence was being given. Were you?
I wasn't. The WebEx, the live feed was a bit stuttery, so I couldn't necessarily follow.
Well, we did have discussion at that session about why certain of the turbines are lower in height than the others, and the evidence of the landscape witness, Kelly Anderson, on behalf of the applicants, was that the reason why they had made all three of the turbines were related from views from the west, but perhaps most relevant to Dunskey is that two of the turbines were lowered to lower the visual effects and the visual impact, essentially to views to the southwest. And we talked about the extent of visibility and where the view shed comes down, and it comes down round over Clachan to Dunskey, and that was the specific area around Clachan that these particular turbines were reduced in height for. Would you agree that if that evidence is right, and two questions follow on. Project design is an iterative process where all the specialists feed in. So where that benefit or that visual benefit also benefits the visual, purely the visual impact of the turbines to the northeast, do you accept that that is partially reducing the scale and magnitude of the visual change that would occur at Dunskey? And I've used that deliberately as visual change at this stage.
Yes, certainly. I think that's the aspiration of those design changes. What isn't coming through and what really didn't come through within the EIA report for these proposals was the extent to which Dunskey itself was considered beyond the kind of generality of views to the southwest. There was some passages about mitigation in the main content, chapter 11 of the EIA report. Let me find that. So that's CD 1.2.12. Where the applicant has in their assessment of effect talked about the sort of mitigation embedded into the scheme around direct effects on the archaeology within the application sites. And there is also some discussion of mitigation in terms of setting effects. And
excuse me a moment, Ms. Blaisdon.
yes,
Are you referring to section 11.5 of that document, which is entitled
that's
the assessment
right.
of effects? Is that where we should be?
That is the correct.
Oh, right. Thank you for clarifying that. Sorry for the interruption.
Sorry.
Continue,
Yes.
please.
Yeah. I'm not fixing my comments to the document, but so there is embedded mitigation, as I say, at the top, and then the applicant comes to look at embedded mitigation. Let me find it for setting impacts. So it says, 11.3.15, there's a paragraph on mitigation there. So it says the main approach to mitigation is through design. Avoidance of direct impacts has been a consideration throughout the design process, and post-consent through micrositing. Direct impacts also may be mitigated by preservation in record. And then it goes on to say screening to avoid impacts on the setting of assets is rarely feasible for wind turbines, but has been considered where other effects from other impacts may be mitigated in this way. To my understanding, the applicant's approach to mitigating setting effects has been limited to, well, can we stick up a tree in front of the wind farm? And that it doesn't appear that the applicant, from my reading of that, has actually thought, well, what can we do in terms of adjusting the layouts, tip heights, etc., in relation to Donskeg.
What I'll probably do is I'm probably going to take this up this afternoon if we get there with Mr. Lewis, because it's about, he's done the assessment of effects, and I think if you read his inquiry statement, it's pretty clear there's absolutely nothing that can be done as far as he's concerned with mitigating the effects arising what he finds significant. Do you agree with that?
I do agree with that, yes.
So effectively, what we're really talking about, this isn't an end game. If I move the turbine 300 meters west or east or back, or drop the turbine heights by 15 meters, that would satisfy HES in relation to this objection.
That is correct, yes. I think in our view, it's in the wrong place.
Now, in terms of a designation policy, it's I'll be very brief if this is 10.17.7. It's interesting because the first few pages remind me of the modern historic environment Scotland, but then as we go further back in the document, I almost get deja vu with the memorandum in terms of the way it's laid out in a very structured paragraph fashion. I presume that the reason for that is that
I'm sorry, Mr. Innes, I didn't catch which document you were talking about there.
7, the designation policy. 17.7.
17.7. My apologies. Sorry, continue where you were.
So insofar as the document's concerned, we had identified that there were lots of circles and diagrams to assist up front. But as we got into the meat of the annexes, that for those that have been around for a while, one could get a sense of deja vu about the memorandum. And presumably the reason for this, Ms. Bolson, is that in terms of these annexes, what it is setting out is clear guidance to those involved in the exercise of particular legal functions, which has a particular responsibility for.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
In terms of this type of document, what we end up with paragraph numbers and very clear subparagraphs, etc., trying to bring clear and unambiguous statements. Now, insofar as the statement in terms of setting is page 10, which is under Annex 1, which is under Scheduled Monuments.
Mm-hmm.
And we see under paragraph 4 of the annex that the first point that they make, that the primary purpose of scheduling is the preservation of and the control of works on monuments whose survival is in the national interest.
Yes, I do see that.
Thank you. And in terms of paragraph 17, what we have is the national importance of the monument is demonstrated in one or more of the following ways. So in terms of what that sets is a non-exclusive set of criteria, but effectively you've got to be in one of them to be assessed as being eligible for designation. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes. Although I would say that all parties are agreed that this particular monument is of national importance. So I don't necessarily want to go back through the designation process.
Absolutely not, because that is a process for designation, and I think the only point that's being made is that setting can be a component part through F of a monument's national importance. I think that was the point made yesterday.
Yes.
But can we agree that in an EIA process, that what we're trying to assess is the effects of cultural significance? And once we go on to look at that, can we agree that that's what we're doing in that process?
That's correct. Yes.
Thank you. Very helpful. We're going to very briefly move on to look at setting guidance, and probably you'll need CD 1753 and CD 17.3, the 2010 and 2016 versions of the guidance.
Yes.
Yes.
In terms of an approach, I mean, in 2010, this original guidance was published as part of a process called Managing Change. It was published by your predecessor organisation, Historic Scotland. And then we had the creation of Historic Environment Scotland. And in 2016, as far as I'm aware, virtually all the Historic Scotland documentation was refreshed and given a new logo, and no doubt to partially express the legislative change that have been passed to create Historic Environment Scotland. That correct?
Yes, that's correct. So the legislative change introduced things like right of appeal against designation decisions, things like that. So there were some new functions that needed addressing, and also we needed to update all the links, I guess, from Historic Scotland to Historic Environment Scotland. So there were a series of technical updates. SHEP was updated and expanded upon to become the Historic Environment Scotland policy statement. This is prior to HEPS coming into play, because we needed, well, HES needed to, yes, to bring everything up to speed, I guess.
If the author of the 2016 guidance had been a student and they were set the exam question, could you give us some guidance on setting? Do you agree that the 2016 author would have been guilty of plagiarism in terms of the extent to which it follows the principles and guidance given in the 2010 document?
I would say so. I think it's trying to say essentially the same thing. I don't think we're disagreeing on that, but what I hope the 2016 guidance does is provide more elaboration, explanation, and clarity to help people along.
Well, we'll see if it gives greater clarity, shall we? In terms of your reading of 413 and its your concerns about it, you were concerned that decision makers were not turning the page and reading paragraph 414. That was what you said in examination in chief. Now, can I suggest to you that that remark, I suggest, is an inappropriate one, because decision makers view these documents very carefully, and to suggest that they didn't read the next paragraph on in a document seems to me to be not an appropriate way to suggest how this document was interpreted. Is that really what you think?
I honestly, having reviewed the decisions, and my review of the decisions wasn't limited to the 5 decisions that Mr. Morley made reference to in his inquiry report, but a broader suite of decisions, including all the decisions lodged. The reliance on understanding and appreciation is evident throughout, and quite simply, I can't make out why that is. I've suggested that there is the exam paper sort of classic, not necessarily turning over the page as maybe a reason, but honestly, I can't tell you why understanding and appreciation has been prioritized over experience, and it seemed strange to me.
We'll come to that, but in paragraph 2.1, it tells you that in the original document, the settings should be thought of as a way as which the surroundings of a historic asset or place contribute, how it is experienced, understood, and appreciated. So that's the core definition of setting. And in that context, what historic environment, or as it was historic Scotland, said at 413, it's not only at 413 that the concept of understanding and appreciating the historic asset is made, is it?
That is correct, yes.
In part, if there's any element of doubt about this, if we go to 414, again, there are bullet points which talk about the ability to appreciate and understand the historic asset. So 413 wasn't the only reference to it. And if we go forward in the document, or the of time, to the 2016 document, how this probably works is, again, in terms of setting, we see that after paragraph 6, we then move into unnumbered paragraphs, which I suggest make it even harder to work through this document. And for us who are having to write or make submissions or documents, we end up having to refer to a page number and quote it rather than accept a number. And I appreciate that it may be more accessible to others. But if we stick to top of page 6, setting is rather than it's thought of, it's now more definitively stated that setting is the way the surroundings of a historic asset or place contribute to how it is understood, appreciated, and experienced. So that there's no softening of the definition of setting. In essence, the authors of the guidance have got rid of the thought of and just stated it is. Do we see that?
I do see that, yes.
So as we go through the process, we then get some guidance, what is called 2 factors contribute to setting. What factors contribute to setting? And what that is, again, a non-binary inclusive list of potential issues that setting of a historic asset could apply. Do we see that?
Yes, I do.
And what we see then is, so that is a process of telling us what we should potentially take into account, broad holistic view. Agree?
I agree. Yes.
Yeah. And then we go through assessing impact, and that is a process.
Oh, yes.
And stage one has got to identify the assets. I think we're past that stage, hopefully. So we're now into defining and analysing. And two, do we see that the current 2020 guidance states that the setting of a historic attic comprises our present understanding and appreciating of its current surroundings and what survives of its historic surroundings. So again, understanding and appreciating is at the core of one of the key parts of the definition of analysing setting at the top of page 9.
Yes.
So are you looking for a break?
Yes, I think so. Yes, if people are content to stop there. Well, it says 11:32 on my clock. So let's come back at 11:37. Let's do that. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Can everyone hear me? Good stuff. Okay, let's continue then. So, Mr. Innes, back over to you.
Now, we're discussing the 2020 guidance and the understood and appreciated experience. Now, if we look on page 8 of the document, do we see that the stages are set out in broad terms, and it relates to settings. So stage 2 is by establishing how the surroundings contribute to the ways in which the historic asset or place is understood, appreciated and experienced. Do we see that? Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And then we go to stage 2, where we actually get the detail of it. So we get the setting of a historic asset comprises our present understanding and appreciation. So that's understanding and appreciation mentioned there specifically, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. That is correct.
That is
yes.
correct.
Yeah. And the next bullet point is, how do the present surroundings contribute to our ability to appreciate and understand the historic asset?
That's correct. Yes.
And again, this is about a series of propositions that should be considered, isn't it?
That's correct.
That's correct.
Yeah. And again, broad in nature and trying to ensure that all potential sources of contribution to setting could be established.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
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 So, but in terms of the use of the word appreciation and understanding, they appear to in this stage also to be again strongly referenced and particularly referenced in the context of some of the definition analysis.
That is correct, and I wouldn't disagree that the understanding and appreciating the asset is, you know, our vital components of setting. I guess it's just where experience drops off the list and why.
And in the next section, we're going to get stage 3. Again, under the factors to be considered, we have our 413 reappearance of understand and appreciate on page 10 under the first set of factors to be considered. Do we see that?
Yes.
Whether the proposed change would dominate or detract in a way that affects our ability to understand and appreciate the historic asset. And then over the page, what we get is another broader topic, which is it states the magnitude of the proposed change relative to the sensitivity of the setting of an asset. Sometimes relatively small changes or a series of small changes can have a major impact on our ability to appreciate and understand a historic asset or place. And then underneath that, it's got 3 bullet points that are related to that. So we see again, appreciation and understanding, again, a critical component of certain aspects of evaluating the magnitude of change.
Yes.
So if the hypothetical student drafting 2016 had been given the instruction to downgrade our ability to appreciate and understand, the student failed the exam, didn't they?
That is correct. Yes. I just to reiterate that I'm not downgrading the importance of understanding and appreciation. What I'm seeking to do is elevate the importance of experience to
I'm just going to suggest this to you, that actually experience, when you look at all those factors that were considered, experience is going out and experiencing those factors in the field. So I don't need a factor for experience, but that is a part of a subset of setting where you actually go and experience the setting, going there. And is that not the case? Is that not experiencing the setting?
yes to that's I guess so, but an experience is something in itself as well.
And can I just put it in perhaps a better way? The experience is a somebody with knowledge and experience and understanding of the monument. So that must be related to that experience. It's not just a general experience. It's an experience of the monument or the asset in question, having regard to its context.
That is correct. Yes, you need to know it's there, but you don't necessarily need to be an archaeologist, I would say. You might just have Google Maps open on your phone.
But insofar as, say, for example, and I just want to give one example of an experience that might be there. The experience of travelling out of West Loch Tarbert underneath Dunskeag. You have done that once. No doubt.
I should say, we did do another site visit in August with the lawyers as part of a team. So it wasn't. We're not our advice, particularly our inquiry reports, were prepared post the second visit.
So you went on a second visit with lawyers? That's
right, yes.
They got on the jolly too. That's good news. Thoroughly to be encouraged. Insofar as that meeting was concerned, presumably you were now discussing your position for the inquiry, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
And how long did that venture last?
That was 2 day.
2 days?
Yeah, I think.
And where did you go on that trip?
Again, we did the same experience. So we climbed Dunskeag, we surveyed the area around West Loch Tarbert, and we also went out on the ferries across to Isla and back.
Is that a repeat of the going out one way and coming back another?
Yes, I think so, yes.
So you'll know the Calmac menu very well now.
Yes, the mac and cheese and chips is spectacular.
So we're at Dunskeag going either, and we're going to leave, we'll do it kind of Craig leaving, but as you pass underneath Dunskeag, and you were obviously on the boat with a knowledge and a partial heritage planner background, and I know the assessment's going to be done in the Mr. Lewis's or inquiry report recognition, but you are giving evidence on the policy and the context. So I think it is relevant to talk about it in generic terms. I'm not asking you for an assessment. I'm just asking for you, that experience of going underneath Dunskeag at that particular point was something that you would have felt and noted and experienced, would you?
Absolutely, yes.
And is that what you would understand as part of that added on part of the setting, is that you can actually now experience that context which we may have planned and thought and considered?
Yes.
I'm now going to come and look at some of the heritage cases with you. And I'm probably just going to start off with the Knockneast case, which is CD 15.17. Now, can I ask you to look at paragraph 20 first? Perhaps a bit of context. Knockneese is a cairn. It's a Coromany chambered cairn. I think it's in the care of Stock Environment Scotland. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yes, the Coromany chambered cairn up in the Highlands.
No. I think what we can agree generally about these cases is that each will turn on their own facts and circumstances. So the points I'm putting to you are not really about facts and circumstance, but there may be elements where they've looked at a particular matter and how the reporter has dealt with it. So the first thing to note in the context of this matter is that it's an appeal decision. So it's a planning appeal delegated to a reporter.
Mm-hmm. That's correct. Yes.
And it happens to be Mr. Bryan, who at that stage was a very senior and very well respected reporter, I say. Now, if we could turn to paragraph 20, SPP does not define integrity, and there was different schools of thought put forward, but HES, the last paragraph, put forward the following proposition. We see it at paragraph 20. HES suggests that the key characteristics, including important views and sense of place, must remain intact and undiminished, as otherwise the ability to appreciate the monument in its setting would be reduced. Do you see that?
Yes.
That isn't exactly how you have formulated, is it?
No, it's not the exact wording. In terms of the wording that I don't know what wording I do have a slightly longer paragraph that we gave to the reporter, and this is the reporter's inference, I guess.
Well, can I suggest that the reporter has summarised the evidence of HES in the context of this case?
That's right, yeah. That's right.
But just to be clear, that paragraph 20 is not in the same terms as you suggested earlier in Chief, that the basis of your integrity test. So at best, you could say that this was a further development of the thought process rather than being the direct copy of it. Would you accept that?
Yeah, certainly we've been doing a lot of thinking about integrity of setting, and in essence, I believe what we've put forward in this instance that does reflect the general approach that we put forward in the Knockneese case in terms of defining those key characteristics that contribute to the understanding, appreciation and experience of the assets, and ensuring they remain intact and undiminished so that cultural significance isn't lost.
So when we actually get to the decision at paragraph 34, and again, as you probably highlighted in the paragraph 20, reporters are encouraged in planning appeals to keep the decision making short and focused. And that does mean that it doesn't have, the extensive discussions that we have in report cases, because effectively the reporter is in charge of this process, determining the application in accordance with development plan unless material considerations indicate otherwise. And the encouragement is to drive to a shorter form of reporting because it's more efficient etc. So they are very much summaries. But in terms of paragraph 34, the assessment of effect, the reporter agreed with HES that they would have a significant impact on the integrity of the setting of the scheduled monument, with significant impact on integrity. Turbines would be highly prominent and a key view from the chamber cairn, which is important in understanding, appreciating, experiencing the setting of the monument. So In terms of his key issue, he does go back to which is important in understanding and appreciating and experience the setting of the monument in that key determination, doesn't he?
Yes, that's correct.
And what I'm going to then go on and look at is probably the Cregan decision, which is 1544. Again, can we look at the front page of 1544, please?
Mm-hmm.
As we can see that the decision at Cregan Wind Farm was one that was essentially a Section 36, and it's a report case. And just as in this inquiry, 2 reporters were appointed to write to call to a public inquiry and thereafter report to the ministers.
Yes, I agree with that.
I agree with that. So in the context of whatever is said here, that the, if you like, Cregan was a bit of a, it was quite a well-known inquiry in the context of there was considerable debate about setting of monuments, and it was quite heavily debated within the inquiry. The whole heritage issues, they were to the core of one of the key issues in terms of the inquiry process, and it became quite a well-known case in terms of heritage. Would you agree with that?
It was, yes, I would agree with that. It wasn't a case that Hes was a party to. We weren't at that inquiry. We didn't actually object to that development. But I understand that the local authorities, archaeological advisors did, and they discussed some of the issues around integrity of setting there. Certainly, the Cregan decision is influential in the reporter's approach for Burney Now. Again, Burney Now, with that wind farm decision was not with the presence of Historic Environment Scotland there. We weren't participating in that inquiry either. It was the Scottish Borders archaeologist there. So certainly Cregan, those issues were discussed, but without our inputs.
But insofar as the discussion, you fully accept, I presume, that other parties could take your policy guidance and national policy and debate them at a public inquiry without your presence. I mean, that's not the purpose of is only those parties that wish to participate take place. But in terms of, can we move on to, I mean, again, you will have probably read in some detail the extent of the nature of effects on the particular monuments. And I think these were of a very, very high level, weren't they? The levels of effect in terms of on the monuments. Yes?
Yes, I agree.
What effectively the turbines were introduced into relatively close proximity to the monuments, broad acceptance of the significance that there were significant adverse effects on setting. The question that was really being debated was whether those significant adverse impacts on the setting of the monuments reached the level of the threshold of impacting on the integrity of the monument. Do you accept that?
I do accept that, yes.
So if we see, if we could go to page 68 of the document, there we're in a, it's always helpful just to set the context. The reporter's conclusions in relation to chapter 4 are set out in a separate set of conclusions in relation to the specific topic. But if we turn to 433, we sort of get the context of poor Shep being cast aside whilst it was refreshed to become HES policy. But the report, and that happened after the inquiry, but the reporters, having looked at the detail of the two, decided there was no substantive policy difference. Yes?
Mm-hmm. Yes. And
we see there that paragraph 137 specifically quoted as context for the subsequent decision making at 434, and we've discussed that earlier today.
That's correct. Yes.
And then we move into the quote from SPP, and again at 4.36, we get a reference to 2.1 of HES guidance provides a clear position that what setting relates to is the way we understand it.
Mm-hmm.
And the reporters go on to suggest we consider that the effect upon the setting and indeed its integrity as referenced to in S.145 should be assessed in these terms. Yes?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, I do see that.
So in that context, the key passage is the definition of setting. And I think as we've agreed, rather than being more passive, the current guidance a bit more directory as to what setting means. And therefore, there's nothing of substance changed in relation to that aspect in terms of this part of the decision. Is that agreed?
That is agreed, yes.
Yeah. And insofar as 4.41, there's also a reference to the SPP glossary, which has a definition of setting. Setting is more than the immediate surroundings of the site and buildings and may be related to its functional place or how it's intended to fit into the landscape or townscape, the view from it, or how it is seen from areas around about, or areas that are important to protection of the place, site, or building. Do you see that?
I do, yes.
Yeah. So in that context, that particular aspect of the decision hasn't changed, has it? Because we're still working under that SPP and that same definition.
That's correct, yes.
And the next part goes on to say the HES guidance goes on to usefully state at paragraph 4.13 that an understanding of the impacts of proposed changes should not be confined to key views, and goes on to say, but should also assess. On this basis, we take the view to assess this flexibility that the effect would have on one's ability to appreciate and understand the assets should be determinative of the issue in this regard. So in that particular case, they think that the appreciating effectively the understanding and appreciation are the key determinants of that particular case. Do you see that?
I do see that, and I do recognise and agree that the reporter is talking about the impacts on the setting of those two particular monuments in that particular instance. I think my issue is perhaps paragraph 4.39 being taken perhaps out of context, to say where the understanding and appreciation of an asset would be adequately retained, we consider it reasonable to conclude that the integrity of its setting would remain intact, as integrity of setting is not defined elsewhere. So I guess, yes, 4.38 is specific to those assets. 4.39 is broader, and that's what I take issue with, or not even take issue, but
Well, no, I'm quite happy if you want to take issue with it, because I think you do take issue with it, because that isn't consistent with the proposition that you've put forward for integrity to this inquiry. Can we agree that?
Yes, that is correct. Yes. Yeah, no, I do.
Now, if we could turn to CD 15.50, please. Again, you'll have presumably read both the evidence, the findings in relation to specific monuments, and also you lodged your own consultation response to this particular application.
That's correct, yes.
So again, you'll appreciate the acknowledgement of a significant range of significant effects on a range of scheduled monuments, many of which happen to be of the Iron Age variety.
That is correct, yes.
So we're dealing with lots of hill forts. We're dealing with Ruber's law, which I presume, do you know about Ruber's law on the borders?
I do know about Ruber's law in the borders. I've had some chats. I've heard all about Pedder's pulpit at the top and the Covenanters and all of that. I should say I'm not an archaeologist, but I live amongst them and I have managed to kind of absorb a bit.
Quite prominent hill in the borders with a plethora of archaeology in and around its surroundings, including on top of it.
Yes, that's correct.
And in the context of this case, there was not dissimilar, there was an Iron Age fort, and then subsequently there was also appears to be a Roman station as well, with tacking into the north to assets near Melrose. So again, it comes with, and obviously the reporters can read your own consultation response, which is there for the reading. But in terms of 516, you weren't there again, but Scottish Borders Council were there, and we can see who appeared. They don't have a WOSAS, but they've got their own heritage professionals that advise the council, and it was their heritage professional that was effectively leading the objection to the scheme on heritage grounds, and we can read who they all are. So this is really Scottish Borders Council were the primary party who were raising heritage interests against the proposal. And if we see at paragraph 516, that the integrity, this is the council's position before the inquiry, just to be clear, integrity of setting the scheduled monument referred to in paragraph 145 was considered a recent appeal decision for Knockneast Wind Farm. And then it goes on to state the following. The reporter accepted Historic Environment Scotland's position that the key characteristics, including important views and sense of place, must remain intact and undiminished, as otherwise the ability to appreciate the monument in its setting would be reduced. He also referred to experienced setting, not just understanding and appreciating it. So a slight difference of view there between you and him, but he has read it and essentially put forward the HES position from Knockneast to this particular inquiry. Do we see that?
Yes, yes, that's right.
And that, and just to be clear, that is essentially your adaptive position that you have before this inquiry.
Yes.
And so insofar as we go forward in the document, we see the applicant's position at 5.35. At 535, we can read through. I don't want to read it all through because it's just as a repetition of paragraph 145 again. And there being no detailed guidance. And Ms. Garcia, who was the applicant's heritage advisor, advised that Ms. Garcia's evidence is that the integrity test is a high one that goes to the core of what the heritage value of the asset, where the appreciation and understanding of an asset is adequately retained. To use the language of the setting guidance, this preserves the integrity of the setting. You see that proposition put by the applicants.
I do see that proposition put forward by the applicant. Again, I don't disagree that appreciation and understanding needs to be retained, but also we would put forward the experience of the asset.
It then goes on that the full gamut of previous decisions were again referenced: Bailey, Cregan, Colac Hill, Knocknanees. Again, part of ensuring that the reporters had all those other decisions that had been taken to ensure that they were the reporters adequately informed of that position. Now, can I ask you then to go to paragraph 166 of the inquiry report, please. Page 166.
Page 166. Yes. Yes. Very bottom.
Well, I'm just at 166.
Okay, so not quite the very bottom. Yes, got it.
Yeah. Close. I just wanted to identify there that if we look up at the document list, that CD 6.2 of the document list is the Historic Environment Scotland Managing Change in the Historic Environment Setting 2016. You see that?
Yes. Yes.
So the avoidance of doubt, this was an inquiry which had regard to the 2016 guidance, correct?
From what is written here, I presume that the 2016 version was lodged, but that isn't necessarily reflected in the reporter's writing up.
And if you move further on in the document, you will see that at paragraph 171.
On page 171.
Page 171.
Yes. Yes.
Just to make sure that the 2016 guidance wasn't missed, it was lodged again by Scottish Borders Council as their cultural heritage document number 5.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
But they also lodged what is termed in this one Managing Change in the Historic Environment Setting 2012. I don't think there is a 2012.
I don't think there is a 2012. I think it's 2010 and then 2016.
Indeed. So, in the context of this inquiry, we can be assured that the reporter had both versions of the document available. And to understand some of the previous cases and the wording, you would need to have a copy of the 2010 version as well as the 2010 version, wouldn't you?
I guess so, yes.
Now, if we turn to paragraph 550, please, on page 74.
Yes. Yes.
We see that paragraph 550. I take the terms of Knocknanees Windfund referred to by the council was the reporter for that appeal. So we've already been through this. And effectively, I'll put it to you that the reporter at this inquiry rejected the interpretation of the Knocknanees decision placed on it by Scottish Borders Council.
Yes, well, yes, does, but I sort of, but no. I think is my reading of it, in that he says that his conclusions are based on the specific impacts on the key characteristics of the setting of that monument, and I guess that is the approach we put forward. So he does kind of acknowledge the approach.
If you read the text, Scottish Borders Council said what had been put forward by you at Knocknees was a test that should be applied to integrity. This reporter, in unambiguous terms, says, I don't read it that way, and I don't accept it is. Well,
I guess
all,
I guess he does say I do not read his conclusions as adopting any particular and transferable test for making such an assessment. However, the reporter at Knocknees did make an assessment using that approach.
That's the fundamental point, is we've now got a clear and unambiguous decision which interprets the Knocknees decision, where it rejects that as a correct interpretation of the reporter's decision. What the reporter did was find a significant adverse effect on the integrity of the monument, but he did not apply the wording of the HES formulation in terms of determining integrity. And that is what this reporter is again agreeing with when Scottish Borders Council tried to do the same thing in front of him.
I guess so.
Then come on to how this reporter has said that 5.51, he then goes, as you see, 5.1 of potentially greater applicability. It seems to me that Knocknees are the reporter's findings. It seems to me, of potentially greater, it seems to me that Knocknees are the reporter's findings subsequently documented on the Creggan and wind farm. They state that paragraph 4.36 of the report. So what we have here is a reporter recognizing that the Creggan decision, in terms of considering setting, has greater weight because it's adopted by the ministers. So here's a clear example of how a reporter places greater weight on a previous decision where the matter has been before the ministers as well. Do we see that?
I do see that, yes.
Yes.
And so in the context of that, he notes particular paragraph 2.1, which, as I say, in Creggan we went through, and the reporters in their formulation of their approach to integrity placed significant weight on. He then goes on at paragraph 5.52 to say they have had regard to 4.13 of the setting guidance in the following part of it, where the understanding and appreciation of an asset would be adequately retained, we consider it reasonable to conclude the integrity of setting would remain intact. We see that phrase.
I do see that phrase, yes.
They're endorsing that approach. And then the reporter goes on to say, I find that a helpful approach to follow, although he also adds on the effect on how each asset would be experienced as a term also used in paragraph 2.1. In making such assessment, I have regard to the kinds of factors in which they're set out in the planning guidance, in the setting guidance.
I do see that. I think it is important, and I don't disagree that the reporter at Burney Now did think about effects on experience. He says that in paragraph 5.53. He says, I also pay regard to the effect on how each asset would be experienced. So yes, I think the reporter does in, you know, I think he's sort of coming to the point that I'm trying to come to in terms of understanding and appreciation. Of course, they're important, but also factors that determine how an asset is experienced is very important too.
Let's be clear, that's not in isolation of the paragraph above. So what the reporter is saying as an approach is whether the understanding and appreciation and experience of the asset would be adequately retained is the approach that they're adopting. Now, that is not in any way the same as the policy formulation that you've put forward to this inquiry.
I don't think it's miles apart, to be perfectly frank with you. You know, setting does relate to the way in which the surroundings of a historic asset or place contribute to how it is experienced, understood, and appreciated. The way in which the surroundings do that, I think what we're trying to say is that in order to determine how the surroundings contributes to how it's experienced, understood, and appreciated, you do need to define kind of key characteristics. You do need to actually be able to test the impacts against characteristics, and I think that is what what the approach is. That is the approach that's being taken.
If that's another hour gone, I appreciate. And I would say that my experience of doing this inquiry this week, that by having the hourly breaks, that at the end of the day you're not absolutely exhausted. And having done this quite a lot, I think it's as much to do with the visuals and the eyes and looking at screens that it does actually mean that you're not, you know, absolutely exhausted by the end of the day. So, and I'm conscious that witness has been in things. So if we had a short break now, I would probably potentially thereafter complete for lunch.
Thank you for that. Yes, I'm quite happy to do that. So 12:21 now, so let's come back at 12:26, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Can everyone hear me? Yeah, okay, fantastic. Mr. Innes, back to you.
Yes, I'm now going to go and look at some peripheral decisions, just to pick out some issues that, if they're going to be relied on, I don't want them to be left. Could we first of all look at the CD 1558, please? Which is the Royal High School decision, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, again, looking at this, this is actually a planning appeals that were reserved to the Scottish ministers, so they had to report set to hold a public inquiry and report back. And I suppose for somebody like you, Mr. Wasden, this is the almost the holy grail of cultural heritage inquiries, in the sense of there's virtually every asset in there and being discussed, almost broken down into into topic headings. Unfortunately, scheduled monuments didn't feature heavily, although I did make an attempt to introduce it. It doesn't appear heavily in the report. But insofar as the key issues on setting were concerned, they related to both the Royal High School building as a Grade A listed building, and also, if you know Carlton Hill, a whole series of buildings that are called monuments, but are in fact listed buildings. Yes.
That is correct. Yes.
So in terms of that position, I don't have a lot of points to make, but what I wanted to, because obviously the issue here is that effectively we're dealing with a different statutory regime where ultimately the decision making in relation to setting is about preservation of the building setting rather than integrity.
That is correct. I completely accept your point that both the Royal High School decision and the Aviva building decision relate to impacts on the setting of listed buildings, and that is there is separate governing legislation around that. So I do agree. I think what the main purpose, particularly of lodging the Royal High School decision, was to really bring into play HEPS, and just to illustrate to the reporters how HEPS had been applied in that instance. And yes, just to throw in some general comments about the approach taken to looking at setting.
Can we very briefly see? I mean, there's lots. I mean, as I say, there's something in it for everyone. But what I want to look at chapter 9, which is the impacts on heritage assets. And in that chapter, we have summaries of various parties' positions. Do we see?
Excuse me a second, Mr. Innes. I think we've been directed to 15.58, which is the Royal High School decision notice, and it might be that you're referring to 1557, which is the inquiry report. Is that right?
It is indeed. And we're going to go to the section on heritage assets that starts on page 40. And the only point I want to really pick up with Mr. Basden is the has his position on page 47.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
And in paragraph 950, do we see that setting in this case is a critical factor in the special interest of the listed building? The principal relationship is with Carlton Hill. The surroundings and context of setting contribute significantly to our ability to appreciate and understand the Hamilton building. So again, in terms of the primary argument advanced in relation to setting in that particular inquiry, again, has seemed to have put a particular focus on appreciation and understanding. Would that be fair?
Yes, as it's set out there, yes.
And no doubt you'll know from the location of the Royal High School building that can be experienced quite widely across the old town and out in front of the building itself. So it is a building that is widely experienced. Would you accept that?
I do accept that, yes.
And if I could then ask you to look at the decision of Trevor Croft, which is 1555.
255. The California decision.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, before we go into the decision, I just want one question. Do you agree that the HES setting guidance is directed towards those who have to undertake an assessment of the impacts of proposed development of assets and areas that are protected for their cultural heritage?
Yes, I do. It's a methodology for assessing impacts.
It does not set anywhere within it a threshold, does it? It's about assessment, isn't it?
That is correct, yes.
So we don't say, for example, that a development is contrary to the guidance on assessment, do we?
That is correct. It's an approach rather than doesn't apply value.
If we look at the front of the decision letter, it's not clear whether any process was held, but there does seem to have been at least a site visit by the reporter in 2 days. In terms of the level of debate, would you agree that if one reads this decision letter, it's hard well, it's pretty easy to see that there hasn't been the level of the debate about what constitutes integrity than, say, for example, at the Cregan decision, where there's debate between parties, those summaries are set out, etc. This is a planning appeal determined by a reporter against the terms of the development plan. You see that?
Yes, that is correct. That decision is it's not quite as in depth as the Cregan decision. It's not as in depth as, say, the Knockanish decision either, within which we talked about integrity a lot too.
So when we go to paragraph 53 of the decision, what the reporter finds is, for the reasons set out above, the proposer does not accord with policy HE3 because of significant adverse impact proposals would have on the settings of 3 scheduled monuments. So insofar as that decision is concerned, it appears that there is a local plan policy that might feel that having significant adverse effects on setting of monuments would be contrary to that particular policy. That's the inference, isn't it?
Yes, that's the inference.
And then, of course, the reporter overall finds, having weighed up all the factors, that the development is not in accord with the development plan, and then goes on to deal with national policy.
Mm-hmm.
And now paragraph 58, it appears the reporters were all singing from the same hymn sheet about the policy change between SHEP and HES's new HES document, in essence agreeing that the main policies are substantially the same. There's been no need to even consult parties on the fact that the policy had been changed. Do we see that?
Yes.
And now 59 identifies that SHEP 2011 was supported by a series of non-statutory guides on managing change. These are now being updated and republished, but in the meantime, the original guidance setting can help me inform my determination to appeal. The reason set out above, the proposed development does not meet the guidance set out on assessing the impact of proposals setting of scheduled monuments. Now, you agreed with me about 2 moments ago that the guide isn't got that status and doesn't even have a role in the way that has been set out. Agreed?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question? I didn't quite follow.
It's been a long morning, and no doubt the question was pretty poor. If I read the last sentence of that paragraph 59, it would appear that the reporter in this particular appeal considered that the proposals were contrary to the guidance set out on the assessment of setting and because of the impact on the scheduled monument. Do we see that?
Yes.
Yes.
And I think you agreed with me 2 moments ago that that was not the way in which the guidance is used. It's guidance on carrying out assessment rather than setting any threshold of acceptability.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it's a methodology for assessment. It doesn't set a threshold. You're correct.
I suppose one of the difficulties with all these things is, quite frankly, and I think we've acknowledged in this, quite various people will make errors in documents. And part of it also comes from, in terms of decisions, depends on how much debate has been had about the particular issue. At that particular point of decision making, the reporters find the decisions against the terms of the development plan and is looking for material considerations that would tip the balance away from the negative determination. So in essence, these are sort of obiter comments, aren't they? And that's why they're probably not given the detail and care that they would in terms of a case where we were actually sitting worrying about the decision making, where it depended on a particular interpretation of SPP, for example. And you can see that in these planning decisions.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if we can ask you to look at the next case that you have brought before us, which is 1556, please, which is the Longburn decision.
Oops, sorry.
The Longburn decision, as I've got it, is CD 1556.
Okay, yes, sorry. My computer is telling me that I've got it open somewhere elsewhere. So do bear with me.
Take your time.
I've got it here.
Have you got it now?
Yes, I do. Sorry.
Yes, I do. Good, sorry. Thank you. No, that's perfect. And again, if we look in the front of the decision, this appears to be a decision of individual reporter and a planning appeal delegated to them. There's no reference to procedure, so but the reporter has undertaken a range of site inspections, which is reported on the front of the decision. Now, could I ask you first of all to look at with me at paragraph 69, please.
Yep.
Yep. With there, again, it's reporting that I'm therefore satisfied that the 6 significant effects upon designated and undesignated assets at the site, as listed above, would predominantly affect the setting of those assets. This is due to proximity and height of turbines and the effect they may have on the way they're stored. So are appreciated and experienced. So we don't have a reporter talking about that appreciation and experience, thus?
Yes.
Yes. I've already expressed my concerns in paragraph 24 about the wider landscape on which the historic assets are located, and then goes on to say my considerations here are more focused on the integrity of the assets and how they may be affected by the change in the quality of appearance of the immediate environment. So in the context of the reporter relating experience, this appears to certainly, in this instance, relate to the immediate environment.
Certainly in the circumstances of this particular case, you know, I guess looking at the monuments themselves and the characteristics of the development, that's the conclusion they've come to. But I just kind of give a little bit of a note of caution in terms of the fact that this is a different decision, different set of turbines, different scheduled monuments.
Again, having determined that the reporter was worried about setting, we then at 103, it's assessment against the development plan. We have references to effectively the preservation of the asset in situ being related to setting impacts. And I think we discussed this in the SPP, that the in situ preservation is about physical preservation of assets. Is that correct?
My understanding of in situ is meaning that you're not moving the physical asset from its location. It is.
Appears to happen here is that there's some policy issue that may be bringing in situ preservation into setting. Is that as I read that matter?
That is, yeah, I to preserve the offset mitigations provided in the mitigation would not, in my opinion, fully resolve the policy requirement to preserve the asset in situ. The reporter may be in those terms thinking more widely in terms of in situ meaning in its position, but also relating to its surroundings.
When we go on to paragraph 114 of the decision, the reporter is now dealing with SPP. And it says the SPP also advises that preservation and protection of all archaeological and historic assets should take place in situ wherever feasible. Do you recall that? We had a discussion about that earlier this morning.
Yes, yes, that's right. As I say, my understanding of in situ means that you're not moving the physical remains. However, this reporter may be maybe thinking about a broader definition of in situ, but I feel like in essence the reporter is still looking at the test in SPP, which doesn't favour impacts over on site over impacts on setting.
Let's put it this way: 114. There can be no doubt about what the reporter was thinking, because she goes on to say, "I do not find that development, with or without the offset mitigation, would preserve or enhance the setting of the assets in situ." So there is a relationship somehow being drawn to the assets and in situ, which in SPP terms, as we've discussed earlier this morning, seems somewhat surprising.
Yes, I don't know. At the end of SPP in the glossary, there, if you look at that, bear with me one moment. If I can find the document. Sorry. Can't remember whether it's
Are you referring to CD 715 Scottish Planning Policy, Ms. Baisden?
Yes, I think I am. It's either, I think it is an SPP, so do bear with me. 715. Again, apparently I already have it open. So and if you look at the glossary definition of scheduled monument at page 74 of SPP, it says archaeological sites, buildings or structures of national or international importance. That's what scheduled monuments are. They're very important archaeological sites. And then it says the purpose of scheduling is to secure the long-term legal protection of the monument in the natural interest in situ and as far as possible in its existing state and within an appropriate setting. So I do wonder whether the reporter has looked at that particular definition there, and when they're talking about in situ, they're thinking about the monument in its position within an appropriate setting.
And insofar as that's the case, the key issue there is that that is clearly a misinterpretation if one reads the SPP as a whole, because clearly as we went to the protection of the asset, that the wording is almost in exactly the same terms: the protection of the monument of the national interest in situ, i.e. I protect the physical asset in where it exists, as far as possible in its existing state and an appropriate setting. So the in situ does not reference the setting in that context, does it?
It's difficult to know to what in situ applies in that sentence. So in situ, you could say you want to protect the monument in the long-term national interest in situ, and as an elaboration, in its existing state and within an appropriate setting. So maybe.
I suppose we'll come back to SPP, but I suggest that that interpretation is fanciful if one has regard to paragraph 150 of SPP. I might just read it to you again. Planning authorities should protect archaeological sites and monuments as an important finite and non-renewable resource and preserve them in situ wherever possible. Now, I don't think there's any ambiguity about that sentence. We went through it this morning and you agreed the purpose and nature of that particular text under archaeology and other historical assets. It's a general principle that we preserve them in situ. And then it goes on to say what happens where in situ preservation is not possible. And it talks about effectively the destruction of the asset and recording it. So I don't think there can be any ambiguity about what we read. Can we?
As I said, I took it to in situ to mean in the sort of location where the asset was plonked. It's not desirable to remove the asset from where it's placed. However, I can see how you would apply the thinking about setting to that term.
If I could finally get back to your inquiry report, please.
Got it.
Now, I just want to unpick paragraph 32 with you with what has say that has to happen.
Yes.
Yes.
So in terms of your test of integrity, we've got key characteristics, whatever that may mean. Yes?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, that's correct.
Which include key views
Mhm.
of the monument's setting.
Yes.
Yes.
Must remain intact. So that's the first thing. That's a mandatory requirement. Key characteristics, including key views of the monument's setting, must remain intact.
Yes, but the sentence, it does go on to say such that the understanding, appreciation, and experience of the monument isn't adversely affected.
As soon as we have adverse effects on cultural significance, it's HES's position that the integrity of the monument is no longer preserved.
As I say, I do believe integrity of setting does set a higher bar in terms of decision making. I think the characteristics need to remain intact, so you do have the retention of key characteristics that contribute to your understanding, appreciation, and experience.
So, but then it is not adversely affected. So adverse effect is the threshold there, isn't it? And funny enough, that does mirror back to 145.
Yes.
Yes.
But it's the wrong way around. It's the adverse effect on integrity that we start off looking for. Not saying that any adverse effect in these terms is an effect on integrity. It's the complete opposite of what 145 actually says.
Again, what I would say is my understanding of an impact on the integrity of the setting is an adverse effect of a magnitude that would affect the integrity of its setting.
Not what this says. So that's a new test that you've given us just now, and we'll have it carefully noted. Can I ask, I mean, obviously you're a planner and you say you've done other experience, but in terms of when we first debated setting, you produced a UNESCO definition on natural heritage. Are you aware that the concept of integrity is an exceptionally widely used term in the planning field?
Oh, well, as I say, my specialism is planning for cultural heritage, and for me, the use of integrity relates to well, the only definition of integrity insofar as it can be applied to the cultural heritage discipline is through that through that UNESCO guidance document, and it's not limited to natural heritage. It is, cultural heritage too.
What you gave me was from natural heritage, which could become cultural heritage.
No, it's
right?
no. I'm sorry, I've misquoted and I didn't lodge it, and that's more for me. But integrity defined in section 88 of the UNESCO operational guidelines is a measure of intactness or wholeness of the cultural heritage and its attributes.
Do you know if integrity is used in any other part of the SPP?
To be perfectly honest, I can't think off the top of my head.
I'll help you. Go to paragraph 212, please.
Okay, yes.
Yes.
It's used in natural heritage designations.
But so we're in designations, and we've got international designations, which are Natura 2000 sites. And
yes.
I suppose in heritage terms, World Heritage, these sort of internationally protected designations with their own special regimes. You've identified, we've talked about OUV and the Special World Heritage and all that, and it's no different in the Natura 2000. We've got the derivations of the tests came from international matters that we agreed in relation to those. But where we have national designations, that's within our province of testing these matters. And do we see therefore at 2.12 that effectively in heritage designations, and let's look at them, development that affects a national park, of which in Scotland there are 2.
Yes.
Possibly another one to come in the future, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah.
National scenic areas, sites of scientific interest or national nature reserve is only permitted in specified circumstances. And the first test in relation to those effects is that the objectives of designation and the overall integrity of the area will not be compromised. You see that?
I do, yes.
Yes.
And that is a test that in planning terms, effectively we're relatively used to applying. And in that context, effectively the level and threshold of effect on the designation has to be at a level where the overall integrity of the designation is compromised. Do we see that? It's a very high threshold again.
Yes.
Yes.
So again, in national designations, and these are, will cover a range of our natural heritage interests, the threshold test for the initial one of absolutely no is integrity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and it's the same with scheduled monuments. I'm not disputing that the integrity test sets a higher bar as opposed to any impact. I think we're talking about impacts on key characteristics that define how a heritage asset is understood, appreciated and experienced.
Let's just take our 2 national parks, of which there are 2. In terms of effects, say we're not at the threshold, that the overall integrity of the national park or the objectives of its designation are threatened, but we're in a secondary test. We're in the significant adverse effect on the qualities. So again, as a planner, you presumably know that these designations have qualities.
Yes.
The reasons for designation. So in terms of this policy test, you're allowed to have significant impacts on the qualities in circumstances where the benefits outweigh those effects, and they may be social, environmental, or economic benefits of national importance. So we've got a balancing test there. Now, that's not given in relation to a scheduled monument. The only threshold you get is the first bullet point, the high one, isn't it?
That is correct, yes.
And when I look at your test, what you're effectively saying is that Scotland's 8,000 scheduled monuments get a higher threshold of protection, because you say you can't have any significant effects on the key qualities compared to a national park. That cannot be right, can it, Ms. Bolson?
Scheduled monuments are designated as of national importance. They have the same level of status as a national park. Admittedly, yes, there are a lot of them, but you know that's our inheritance in terms of our archaeological landscape. And yes, actually, the bar is high in terms of impacts on the integrity of the setting before you have to trigger the exceptional circumstances test.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bays, and that concludes the cross-examination, so thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And that was really good timing, Mr. Innes. Thank you. I'm just bear with me a moment while I just check to make sure I have no questions. I think the issues that I'd previously identified have been covered this morning. No, I don't think I need to ask anything further. So when we return after lunch, then it'll be over to Mr. Milne for his re-examination. And we'll reconvene at 2 p.m. And please remember that, as I mentioned this morning, before we give Mr. Milne the floor to re-examine his witness, we will briefly discuss the programming for next week. So we'll be able to do that at 2 o'clock. And when that happens, the council and West Kintyre Community Council will be joining us briefly for that discussion, and then they'll switch off their mics and their screens, and we'll return to this session. So 2 p.m. please, and we'll see you then.
Thank you.
Okay, well, very good afternoon to everybody. It's just gone 2 p.m. So we'll carry on. Before we begin this afternoon session, I had mentioned yesterday, I believe the day before, that we would have a quick discussion amongst the participants regarding programming for next week's sessions. We have now heard from the council today that their landscape witness is able to appear next Wednesday afternoon and Thursday, and therefore we would propose to use those times to accommodate hearing the evidence of that witness. We did discuss those matters, I think, a few days ago, and that was, I think, generally expected from people, but I'll just go around now and check that participants for those sessions are comfortable with that. And I'll begin with the applicant, please, Mr. Innes, and then we'll move on to it.
Thank you, sir. Yes, the applicant would be is able to attend and contribute to those 2 dates. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. O'Carroll.
Yes, that's what I passed on. Can I also just relay one other thing, sir? The Carol Anderson, whose evidence will be required to be heard out of order next week, has a preference for the Wednesday. And I noticed, I've got the program in front of me, and I noticed that next Wednesday, the 1st of December, is set down for draft conditions only. I understand from my own planning witness that agreement on the draft conditions has almost broken out entirely. So it may well be that it'll be quite a short session. So that being so, if it were your preference to commence with Carol Anderson's evidence next Wednesday, I wondered if it might be possible to even program her in for mid-morning on the Wednesday if you thought that appropriate. So obviously it could be moved slightly if my optimism is unfounded. But I think her preference would be that her evidence would be started and concluded on the Wednesday, sir, if that was at all possible.
Okay, thank you for making us aware of that. So, I'm certainly aware that there has been a degree of agreement between the applicant and the council on matters of conditions. There are some outstanding matters that remain for that agenda, which I would be keen to discuss in that session. So there is the possibility of using that morning, and as you suggest, then mid-morning hearing from Carol Anderson. There is the possibility of using Tuesday afternoon, but that would require people who have presently made time available for Wednesday to make themselves available for Tuesday afternoon. That might not be possible. I would just check again whether that is something that would be possible first before I rule it out. Mr. Innes, your witnesses that will be joining you on the Wednesday, I assume they are available still on the Wednesday, but the Tuesday might not be available too.
We will undertake investigations as quickly as possible to find out that availability. It does seem sort of sensible, given it's, you know, the council and ourselves on that particular issue, that if we can move it into Tuesday, that would clear Wednesday entirely for Carol Anderson and give us the best chance of completing her evidence within the day, which obviously is a desirable outcome, I think, given circumstances.
So, Ken, on that matter, can I leave it that you will come back to us? Would it be possible if you could contact them? I don't know if it'd be possible at the end of today. I'm thinking about the amount of time that leaves us.
We're currently doing it, sir. So we'll.
Oh, right. Okay.
As soon as we get an answer, if there's a break or whatever, but perhaps if presumably the council have already investigated that and they are available on Tuesday afternoon.
You've anticipated my next question, but I was about to go to Mr. O'Carroll, so perhaps you can advise us, Mr. O'Carroll.
Yes, of course, sir. We'll be available on the Tuesday afternoon if that gets the condition session out of the way.
Okay, very well. I think what we'll do is we'll check in, I think, again on that matter at the end of the day. So perhaps we can if possible, we could all come back at 4 p.m. today just to check on that, see if Mr. Innes has been able to hear from members of his team, whether that's a possibility, and we can make a final ruling on that at that point. And then that will affect, of course, whether we can use all of Wednesday to hear Carol Anderson's evidence, or whether, as currently programmed, we need to use a bit of the morning for the hearing session and then as quickly as possible move on to Carol Anderson during that day. But I take the points that have been made so far.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. With regard to today's session, yes, and Mrs. Pratt, in terms of availability for those days, you've just been hearing the discussion. Are you available? I think you mentioned last week you had widespread availability during next week, but I appreciate that may have changed in the intervening period. So are both Tuesday and Wednesday days that are available to you?
Yes, they are both available.
Thank you for confirming that. So that's helpful. So I think, as I just mentioned a few moments ago, we'll check in later today regarding the availability of members of Mr. Innes's team who would be attending the conditions hearing session to see if we can move that to the Tuesday. So if I know that Mr. O'Carroll and Mrs. Pratt have been involved in this session, had their cameras turned off and their mics turned off, so they've been listening in, and perhaps if I can invite them to rejoin us at 4 o'clock when we may have been in a position to answer those questions more clearly. Will both of you be able to be around at that time?
Yes, of course, sir. I'll keep my
Yes.
eye on until then.
And Mrs. Pratt, are you available at that time?
The
as well?
same here.
The same. Okay. And I shall have my tie on still at that time as well. Thank you for being accommodating in that way. And I think what the outcome of that is, irrespective of the decision that we come to at 4 p.m. today, it means that Monday is a time that is available to us should we need it, for if today overruns to any extent. And it's probably worth me checking in just now with Mr. Innes and Mr. Milne, how they see things proceeding this afternoon and whether they think we might be able to complete today or whether we would need Monday. So I'll begin with Mr. Innes and then I'll invite Mr. Milne.
I am concerned that we may not complete fully Mr. Lewis's evidence. I think in terms of that, there's two outcomes. It's not very pleasant to be half under cross for that length of time, because effectively it means you can't communicate with the rest of your team. I think we should see how we go in re-examination and examination in chief, and then make a call. But I doubt that I have severe doubts that we'll be finished before.
Yes, and Mr. Milne, do you share that? Do you share that?
Sorry, I lost everybody there, so I think
Right. We can hear you.
Asking for. Right, good. I lost what you were saying for a second, but I'll guess what you were talking about. Insofar as re-examination of Ms. Basin is concerned, I don't have any questions, so that can move us on quite swiftly to Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis's examination in chief, perhaps half an hour, but I appreciate that still leaves not a great deal of time for Mr. Innes's cross-examination of Mr. Lewis, but maybe that information's of some assistance in terms of projecting the way forward.
Thank you, that's helpful. Mr. Innes, does that inform you to any further degree, or are you equally as concerned?
I'm slightly concerned about whether we'll complete the timescale. The one thing that I did email Mr. Milne, one of my members of the team emailed Mr. Milne to advise Mr. Lewis to potentially read a document which would help time and cross-examination. I was just wondering if that had been received.
Yes, that has been received, and Mr. Lewis is having a look at that.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, as I mentioned previously, I would be happy to go beyond 4 p.m. perhaps to 4:30 or a little further if that assists us. But I take the point that Mr. Innes was raising that once under cross-examination, then there's a large amount of time before this will get picked up again. Do either of you want to say anything further on that besides what you've already said? I'll let Mr. Innes put his document back first.
Yes, I'm in real trouble. I've got them in the wrong order, and that gives real trouble down the line. So you'll probably see my back for a second, but no, I mean, let's see how the examination chief goes, and then if we feel we've got a good hour and a half, might be inclined to try and have a go for it.
Okay.
But,
okay.
We'll see. Let's see how the examination chief. I mean, it's not great to finish at 3 or before 3, and therefore I think if it was that early, we should at least start and then see how we get on. It's difficult. I mean, I think with assessment matters, it is more complicated in the sense of I don't know quite how long it's going to take, because it rather depends how quickly we get through various journeys and what is said. So, as I say, it's not as straightforward as just a policy section or appeals documents. It is slightly more difficult to predict.
Okay.
But I'm happy to have a go if we get a fair wind in terms of timings.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Milne, any further comment, or are you in agreement with Mr. Innes on that?
In agreement, and certainly if there is a chance of managing to complete matters today, that is a strong preference,
Yes.
for obvious reasons as well.
Fair enough. Okay. Well, in that case, in a moment we'll proceed, and as I mentioned a few moments ago, we'll take a pause at 4 o'clock to bring back Mrs. Pratt and Mr. O'Carroll, just in the hope that somebody in Mr. Innes's team has been able to relay a message to him about the availability of other members for that hearing session. So for now, if we can then proceed with Mr. Milne to introduce his. I think, sorry, you said you didn't have further questions for the present witness, and I think you were ready to move on to the next one. Is that correct?
That's correct. No re-examination for Ms. Basden. So
very well. So I'll hand back over to you then for your next witness.
Great. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. The second and therefore final witness for Historic Environment Scotland is Mr. Oliver Lewis. Good afternoon, Mr. Lewis. Can you hear me, and can you say hello back so as we can make sure we can hear you?
Hello back.
Excellent, thank you. I've a few questions for you, Mr. Lewis, and I wonder if you could have in front of you the following documents to assist with this part of your evidence. The additional information, CD 01.9.1, the ferry route wireframes, CD 01.7.11, and viewpoint 13, CD 01.5.4. Now, as I did with Ms. Basden, I'd quite like to hand over to you and ask not to read out your precognition or your inquiry report, because we have that written evidence. But what I would like you to do is to talk through, with reference to these visual materials, whichever one you find or ones you find most helpful, your approach to defining the setting, the contribution that the aspects that you identify contribute towards the cultural significance of the asset, and also the impact of the proposed development on the integrity of the setting of Dunskeag Scheduled Monument. Now, I will come in with questions if you don't cover all of the points which I've just outlined, but if you could start, please, again, as I say, with reference to these visual materials, the approach that you have taken towards defining the setting of the Scheduled Monument.
So good afternoon. My approach to kind of defining the setting of the monument is very much guided by the Managing Change document and the framework that it puts in place for understanding, setting and assessing impacts. And this is quite clearly set out in my inquiry report. So, for instance, at paragraph 49 of my inquiry report, which is CD 11.6.2, I set out that there's a range of factors that contribute to the setting of an asset, and these have been gone over in previous witnesses' evidence. I set out kind of current landscape context, the character of the surrounding landscape, views to, from, and across or beyond the historic asset or place, general and specific views, including foregrounds and backdrops, relationships with other features, both built and natural, the prominence of the historic asset or place in views throughout the surrounding area, bearing in mind that sites need not be visually prominent to have a setting, how the monument was intended to be viewed, aesthetic qualities, non-visual factors such as place name and sensory factors, and sense of place. So I've used the framework that is set out in Managing Change, and then in my report I have addressed each of these factors in order to aid me in my understanding of what contributes to the setting and therefore the cultural significance of Dunskeag. So I kind of sequentially move through those in my report, and for ease of reference, I've directly linked back in bold text where I'm drawing those from. So, for instance, paragraph 52 deals with the current landscape context and kind of sets the monument within its within the landforms that surround it. Particularly the last sentence, the monument and hill of Dunskeag are visible as a distinctive landmark in most views when travelling along West Loch Tarbert and from out at sea, across most of the Sound of Dure and closer to the shore in the Sound of Gea. In paragraph 53, I'll move on to the character of the surrounding landscape insofar as it pertains to setting. I describe it as rural, and I make the point that kind of the landscape hasn't changed significantly in terms of its kind of rural agricultural character from when the fort and dunes were originally built and occupied. Paragraph 55 onwards, I turn to the views to, from, and across and beyond the historic asset. And I break these down into outward views from the monument and reciprocal inward views towards the monument. Paragraph 56, I think, is particularly important. In terms of outward views from the monument, what I say is the most important ones are the sweeping commanding views west out over the sea, including up West Loch Tarbert. And these views are important as they allow the fort and dunes to exercise control over the waterways. Now, the kind of the ability for kind of Dunskeag to have an oversight of its maritime realm is set out earlier in my report in terms of its historical context. At 58, I say that whilst the outward seaward views contribute most to the cultural significance of the monument, and hence the reciprocal inward views from the sea are the most important inward views, all outward views from the monument are also of value as they help relate the monument to its landscape, and the ability to understand and appreciate that prominence and position of control and authority is a key part of the monument's setting. 59, the last sentence, given that a key function of the monument is to have an oversight of marine movements up and down the coast as a hub in a larger maritime network, that same marine traffic therefore has to have a visual relationship to the monument. So as you see, I'm progressing through the factors set out quite clearly in Managing Change. Paragraph 60, I look at the relationship to other features, both built and natural, and I look at the reciprocity. So this deals with the monuments that are predominantly located up and down West Loch Tarbert, but also Dunronican, which is just to the south of the monument, which hasn't really been brought into play yet. 61, I look at the prominence of the historic asset or place in view throughout the surrounding area. 62 to 66, I consider how the monument was intended to be viewed. And obviously I have cognizance of its form, its function, and its historical and archaeological context, which is set out earlier in the report. Paragraph 63, second sentence: the choice of this particular hill was a deliberate attempt to utilize its key strategic location and wide outward views for monitoring maritime traffic, but equally to exploit its prominence in key views from the sea and to demonstrate the status of its occupants. It is not possible to understand, appreciate, and experience the monument without considering its location. The hilltop setting is therefore integral to its cultural significance. 64 says much the same. 66 is important because it brings in the maritime context and the importance of the waymarking function that forms, in my opinion, an important part of the monument setting. You know, the Mull of Kintyre is a dangerous part of water for sailors to navigate, and you know, we have historical sources that basically say that the route through West Loch Tarbert is effectively an important and safe shortcut, and Dunskeag acts as a navigable marker at the mouth of West Loch Tarbert. It's named as a landward feature on charts. So charts are maps of the sea, for those who don't know. They generally focus on what is at sea. There is very little shown of the landform on charts, but when they do show things on land, they are usually important navigation features, and Dunskeag is noted on the charts as a navigation feature. We have a series of nautical pilots. I've referenced one from 1925, which, when describing the entrance to West Loch Tarbert, it notes Dunskeag, a hill on which is a vitrified fort, rises on the southeastern shore. When approaching the entrance to West Loch Tarbert, steer for Dunskeag. And then we have a more recent pilot from 2021 that says Dunskeag, an isolated hill, is conspicuous on the south shore. And finally, in my kind of assessment of kind of what contributes to setting, I look at the aesthetic qualities. So this is non-visual factors such as place, name, or sensory factors, and the sense of place. I do this through a brief, or maybe not so brief, literature review that's kind of set out in sort of 68 through to 70. And this kind of attests to the resonance and enduring importance of Dunskeag as an important place within the landscape, and it has been for a long time. You know, we have authors from 1794, for instance, referencing that Dunskeag, there's a fort up on Dunskeag that's guarding the entrance to West Loch Tarbert. At 71, I look at present day social value, and this kind of builds into the sense of place component of setting. And I think it's really important not to forget or overlook the resonance that Dunskeag has to the local community. And this has really come out, as my colleague Alison mentioned this morning, in the reports and precognitions of Mr. Stewart and Mr. Russell. This is a site that means a lot to the local community in their different ways, and understanding that Dunskeag is important kind of chimes with HEP 1 and the inclusivity there. So there's a range of facts that I've kind of processed through, and what I've then done is kind of pulled those together to come up with my professional judgment as to what the key components of the monument setting are that contribute most to the cultural significance and hence to its national importance. These are set out in paragraph 72. They are outward views from the monument, reciprocal views along West Loch Tarbert and passage along it, and inward views towards the monument from the sea. And to kind of clarify, of these, it is the relationship with the sea that is the most important, both in terms of outward views from the monument and in terms of inward views towards the monument from out at sea.
Right, now taking the third one of those, which is perhaps the most contentious issue between the parties, with reference to the visualizations, wireframes, and which you have in front of you. I wonder if you could talk us through what you mean by those inward views and really help us understand the key contribution that you say that they make to the cultural significance of the monument.
Yes, so in terms of these inward views and looking at the visualizations, Dunskeag has this relationship with the sea. It is a site, as most kind of forts and dunes are. It is a site that is designed to see and it is designed to be seen. It is not a site that is hidden, deliberately hidden within a landscape. It's not a site type that does that. And what you have is you have it positioned on a prominent hill that has oversight of the maritime realm. The visualizations show effectively Dunskeag within the kind of surrounding landform. The closer in ones show its height and its massing and its bulk, and they show that it is quite clearly in a position of it has an ability to be able to control kind of waterborne traffic close by. It has a sense of dominance over the seascape, and that dominance comes from not just when you're close in having the monument and Dunskeag being physically higher than you, but within dominance comes oversight, and that is the concept that comes into play when you are further away from the monument and the hill is further away from you. It still has a sense of dominance because it is still there keeping an eye out for you when you are at sea.
And if we were to look at viewpoints B and C of the additional information, I'm in CD 1.7.11. Can we see this? We've heard these terms prominence and dominance a great deal over the past day and a half. So I think if you can explain, I mean, I'll describe it as, well, let's go for a neutral term. Your description as a dominant feature. How you are, that's your interpretation with reference to viewpoint B, and how it's your interpretation with reference to viewpoint C.
Yes, I think that's fair. So at viewpoint B, if we're looking at the image, the two images on the right-hand side, the photograph at the top and the wireframe at the bottom, you can see Dunskeag quite clearly. On the left-hand side, you can see that it is a conspicuous hill. You can see that the ground drops away either side, and you get the sense that it's the unavoidable feature within that part of the landscape. As Mr. Morley pointed out in his evidence, you know, the kind of layout of the waterways effectively means that you have to pass close to it. you know, you are close to the shore. You have this the hill and the Fortin Dunes on its summit dominating over you, and that dominance allows the occupants of the Dunskeag to basically say that they're here. You know, that they are displaying their presence by building this monument, which is quite visually prominent, and the sense of kind of dominance comes from, if they're up there, they can see you, they can see what you're doing, but it also comes from the sense of when you're on the water, you can see that there's a hill there, you can see that there is a fort and a dunes up there, and you can get the sense that you are being overseen, and that is my understanding of the dominance, certainly from B. From point C, when you are further out, as the visualizations show, you can clearly see Dunskeag as its prominent shape. In this particular photo, it is showing as darker, barer hill ground against a backdrop of greener agricultural, broadly agricultural land. Dominance kind of embodies a sense of control and oversight, and even from point C, you, in my opinion, you get this sense of there is something big on that shoreline that is overlooking you, and can see you. It doesn't have to be physically towering over you to be dominant.
And does what you're saying here go to why your position is that these inward views contribute to your ability to understand, appreciate, and experience the scheduled monument?
Absolutely.
Now,
Absolutely.
why is, I suppose that we're not missing anything, why is it that you say that?
Could you repeat the question? Sorry, I missed that.
So as we're not missing anything, why is it that you say that these views, you know, taking out to C, for example, point C, why do these views contribute to our ability to understand, appreciate, and experience the scheduled monument?
This kind of pulls in an element of the monument's waymarking function. So the monument has control of the maritime environment, but as the marine pilots and indeed the charts kind of attest, it also has a waymarking function. And when you are, for instance, at point C, in order for that waymarking function to be preserved, you need to be able to pick out Dunskeag and understand that it is there, understand that its dominance is important, and to know that you are being observed from that point.
Thank you. And in terms of, we heard from Mr. Morley, and if I understood his evidence correctly, when I was asking him about the waymarking function that you're describing, he took his position seemed to be that the waymarking function related to that movement into the loch, into West Loch Tarbert, and he talked of people travelling by sea hugging the coast. What's your reaction to that position?
People may very well have hugged the coast in part. However, we know that Isla and Jura were occupied during the Iron Age, We know that in the post kind of occupation of Dunskeag, you had the Darriarden Kingdom, which is a maritime kingdom linking present-day Northern Ireland with Argyll. So you can't hug the coast to get from Islay to Kintyre. At some point, you actually have to cross the Sound of Jura. You have to cross open sea to get to it. In terms of the waymarking function, as anyone who sails knows, when you are out at sea and when you're using the charts, particularly if you're in a small boat, but the visualizations from the ferry also demonstrate this. You are, if you're looking for a prominent feature on land that is particularly marked on charts, you're looking for the thing that sticks out. You're looking for the thing that is slightly different from the rest of the landforms. You're looking for the thing that catches your eye amongst the undulating spine of Kintyre. So, and when you sail and you're kind of moving towards a fixed point, you don't necessarily navigate purely by compass. You have a point on the horizon. You don't keep your head down. You keep your eyes up. You fix yourself on that point, and you move towards it. If you're looking for the mouth of West Loch Tarbert, which of course we know is the access route to the safe way across Kintyre, you're going to need to be able to see that way marker from further out into the Sound of Jura, for instance, at point C. Once you get to point B, you don't need that waymarking function anymore because you're already at the mouth of West Loch Tarbert. Even at point B2 on one of the other visualizations, you can already see directly into the mouth of West Loch Tarbert. So the waymarking component of the monument setting is less important once you're close in. Actually, when you are further out, you need to be able to see where you are going, and this ties in to the in terms of the setting guidance when you're kind of looking at kind of impacts. This ties into where the key views to or from the historic asset are interrupted, whether the proposed change would dominate or detract in a way that affects our ability to understand and appreciate the historic asset, and on the ability of the setting to absorb new development without eroding its key characteristics. And what I say from paragraphs, for instance, 88 and 89 onwards, is that the relationship with the sea is a key characteristic that contributes to the cultural significance of the monument. And I would argue that as shown in the visualizations from point C, where you have effectively all of the turbines showing above and either side of Dunskeag, I would argue that interrupts and that distracts from and that challenges your ability to be able to pick out Dunskeag as being the thing that catches your eye on that coast, as being the way marker, and it makes it difficult to be able to understand that function, and hence key views to or from the historic assets are interrupted.
Now, in terms of that, you've obviously moved on to impact. It might be said that those are turbines and you could discount them from your consideration. Does that meet with approval from your perspective as a response to your assessment of impact?
I think irrespective of whether I know that they are turbines or not, they are still detracting from that view. They are still distracting, sorry, from the ability to be able to pick out the thing that is slightly different. So instead of being able to pick out Dunskeag, potentially what you're picking out is you're picking out the wind turbines behind it, and that is a loss to the function. That is an impact on the key characteristic of the monument setting.
Could we have a quick look at CD 17.52, which was the later wireframe, which was produced in response to Historic Environment Scotland's reports, I recollect. Now this is, as I say, the view from Port Ellen. We're hearing that this is around, it's as far out from the coast as viewpoint C. With reference to your evidence regarding the contribution and then impact, can you tell us what your position is using this particular viewpoint?
My interpretation of this viewpoint is as you say, it's some way to the short distance to the south of viewpoint C. It's, whilst it shows a similar level of impact, the change of topography behind Dunskeag, which you can see, the summit of Dunskeag is pretty much directly below the S of where Sheirdrim Hill is labelled on the spread of turbines. What you have there is, you actually have there, instead of the higher ground behind Dunskeag being seen at about the same height as Dunskeag, actually from this perspective, there is lower ground behind Dunskeag, which makes Dunskeag potentially stick out more from this more southerly position. We have to remember, of course, that this is a kinetic experience. We're dealing with wireframes from fixed positions in an attempt to assess impact, but in reality, as you're moving around on the water, your view of Dunskeag is going to be constantly changing. At times, it's going to have higher ground behind it. At times, it's going to have lower ground behind it, and so its kind of relative perception will change. Irrespective of that, from all of these views out to the west, you have the turbines high up on the ridge of Kintyre behind it that challenge that ability to be able to understand its prominence and dominance over the waterways.
Now you've referred to kinetic experience. Word kinetic has been used a few times in the evidence so far. Now, without jumping about too much, we also heard a fair bit yesterday about the intelligibility of the monument, and I think you heard my discussion with Mr. Morley about whether you need to be able to see the monument in order to understand it. Now, I wonder if you could describe a journey from Kennecraig out to viewpoint C, so as we have your kinetic experience and aren't just taking our fixed viewpoints. Because I understand your position to be that kinetic experience you've said is important. So could you take us on that journey, including in your description your response to the position you heard yesterday regarding intelligibility?
So if we're on a journey from Kennecraig out to sea, let's take a proxy for that journey as being on the ferry, as most of us will have taken that trip. The ferry travels, it kind of winds its way down the centre of West Loch Tarbert. This is a journey I've done many times over the last 30 years. You know, as a visitor, you're potentially going to Islay on holiday, for instance. You're out there on the deck. You're looking either side and working out what you can see. Shortly after you depart, you pass Dunmore Castle on the northern shore. I happen to know that's got a couple of forts, Iron Age forts surrounding it. You realise that you're heading towards the loch, towards the mouth of the loch, and there's a slightly odd shaped hill that the ferry kind of seems to be aiming for as you head out. You pass Patrick House on the northern side, which is a grand house that has fantastic views out over the Sound. You might take a picture of it as you do so. You pass over to the other side of the ferry. You look up at this hill. You've maybe got somebody up there waving down at you. Quite a few times that I've done this journey, I've seen people up there, kind of looking down, waving at the ferry. I've been up there and waved at the ferry myself. You look around. You look around the hill. You see that there is this kind of rough band of stones that seems to encompass most of the hilltop. There's something bigger and stonier at its northern end, which is kind of the first bit, and it's the most obvious bit that you see on that journey. There's maybe somebody standing on top of it, and you kind of get the sense that you're being watched, particularly if there is somebody up there. You pass its base, and certainly on a ferry, if you're heading out towards Isla, the ferry turns and heads basically for the gap between Gear and Knapdale, kind of heading directly towards the sound of Isla, between Jura and Isla. You maybe look back astern. You see that the wake of the boat is broadly aligned on Dunskeag. You maybe wonder why you've kind of turned at that point. That potentially becomes clearer once you see that, particularly at low tide, you'll see there's the shoaling at the mouth of the loch at that point. And at that point, you're probably going to go inside for your cow mac and cheese. As you go inside, if you're on the MV Finlagan, you will see that there's some display panels about Finlagan and the Lord of the Isles, which is one of the kind of key important archaeological sites on Isla. You might even visit it whilst you're on Isla. That potentially maybe kind of helps you start thinking about what you have just passed. The return journey is also worth touching on, if I may, Mr. Milne.
Please.
So, depending on whether you're coming from Port Askeig or Port Ellen, you're out into the open water in the Sound of Jura. You can see the ferry kind of heading towards the northern tip of Gear. If you go up onto the bow, if it's one of the ones where you can go up onto the bow, as you approach the northwest of Gear, chances are you'll be lined up on this rather conspicuous hill, and you realise it's the same one that you saw on your way out. And kind of you get that as you kind of pass the northern tip of Gear, you get that sense of arrival into safer waters. You can still see you're heading towards this prominent hill, and the experience is one of kind of coming back to the mainland. Again, there might be somebody up on Dunskeag waving at you. You get close to its base, the ferry turns, your small boat turns, and you head back in along West Loch Tarbert. So in terms of landforms or points of interest on that journey that catch your eye, I would, having done that journey several times, I would contend it's places like Dunmore House or Castle, which is the kind of partially restored castle on the northern shore. It's Patrick House. You take a photo of Dunskeag. When you're closer into Isla, you maybe take a picture of MacArthur Head Lighthouse or something. It's a point of reference on that journey, and that is a way that people can experience the landscape around them. Those that are interested might then go online onto one of the many helpful resources, potentially somewhere like PassMap, and try and work out what they've actually seen. It's something that I've done. When I haven't known what something is, I've gone and researched it, and it's something that my family have done as well.
Now, in terms of intelligibility and the journey you've been on, do you need to be able to see the monument?
In order to understand its function as a way marker, I don't think you do. Not at all. Because you are aiming towards this what we collectively know as Dunskeag. You don't need to be able to see that there is an Iron Age fort or dune up there, but it does make you question perhaps why you're heading towards it, or it makes you question, oh, that's a good place to be able to see what's going on, isn't it? Oh, I can see that hill from a long way out. If I was up there, I could see marine traffic for some significant distance. So it potentially questions that.
Could you have CD 01.3.25 in front of you? Sorry, I hadn't mentioned that one previously. I think it's just a point that you may be able to help the reporters with. So that's CD 01.3.25. Let me know when you have the.
It's figure 7.4 ZTV to blade tip.
Yeah.
Yes.
So what do you understand by the location of the Sound of Jura?
So what you have there is an OS map that marks on it a number of bodies of water. You have the Sound of Jura. You have the Sound of Gia. You indeed have the Sound of Isla. So my understanding of where the Sound of Jura is, well, let's take, for example, the Sound of Gia is between Gia and the main body of Kintyre. If you are west of Gia, you're not in the Sound of Gia. As shown on the map, the Sound of Jura is between Jura and Knapdale. My understanding from charts is where you have a body of water that is named, the cartographers tend to put the description somewhere within the middle of that body of water, and making sure that it doesn't hide any features that are critical to navigation. So my understanding of where the Sound of Gia stops and where the Sound of Jura starts, if you're at, for instance, viewpoint 13 on the northern tip of Gia, if you draw a line roughly across to Knapdale, sort of the Kilberry area, if you're east of that line, you're arguably within the Sound of Gia, or in the outer reaches of West Loch Tarbert if you're closer in. And if you're to the west of that line, then you're not in the Sound of Gia. The closest named body of water on the charts, and indeed on the OS map shown here, is the Sound of Jura. For context, you've got the North Channel, which is between Northern Ireland and the Mull of Kintyre and Isla, and we're not in the North Channel at this point. So in the absence of a precise name for that body of water, I'm content that Sound of Jura, or the approaches of Sound of Jura, suffices.
You referred to viewpoint 13, which reminds me to take you to that point, just to hopefully conclude this part. So that's CD 01.5.4, one of the LVIA.
Yes, I'm there.
Viewpoints. And really, if again, similar questions really, if you could identify for the reporters Dunskeag, comment on its prominence, and comment on the introduction of the turbines with reference to your paragraph 81 in your report. So prominence, impact, and paragraph 81.
So if we go to this, excuse me, if we go to the second page of that document, you have the full kind of panorama of the wireline. If you go to the final page, page 5, you have the photo montage and viewpoint 13. And what that is showing is the view from the northern tip of Gear heading towards Dunskeag. By way of reference, in that view, Dunskeag, I would hope the reporters would be able to pick it out by now, but it is the prominent hill.
I wonder, Mr. Lewis, I'm not sure the reporters have the. Do you have the visualizations in front of you? Just to check. Excellent. Continue. Sorry.
So sorry, it's the fifth one, labelled figure 7.33D, and you will see Dunskeag as a darker conical shaped hill just to the kind of right hand side of the entrance to West Loch Tarbert. It has hubs and blade tips shown in the ZTV, one to the left and then the remainder to the right, as seen in that view. And what this visualization is demonstrating is that from this point, Dunskeag is able to be readily picked out. In my opinion, you can see the turbines that are very much appearing above and behind the monument. They are appearing as a distracting feature that's kind of challenge the ability to be able to understand, appreciate, and experience Dunskeag as being the kind of the dominant feature on that coastline insofar as that dominance pertains to its setting. And indeed, actually, from the second visualization, so page 2 of that visualization, obviously that's a slightly wider view with the wireframe, and again in the image you can see Dunskeag clearly, and the wireframe below demonstrates the level of impact. So if you're looking, for instance, at that wider view, you have the kind of slightly fragmented shoreline of Knapdale. You have the entrance to West Loch Tarbert, and you have the undulating spine of Kintyre to the right of that shot, and right at the entrance to West Loch Tarbert, you have Dunskeag, which, by virtue of its landform, separates itself from the remainder of the Kintyre Massif.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lewis. I have no further questions at this stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mill. I'm just looking at the time, and I think it's probably worth us just taking 5 minutes just now, and then we can return to Mr. Innes at 3:05, please. Okay, thanks. Okay, welcome back. Can everybody hear me? Yep, good stuff. Yep. Okay, before we proceed then, it's obviously just 3:05 now. Mr. Innes, are you content to proceed? I'm happy to go later after 4 o'clock if needs be. How are you feeling about that?
I think I'm prepared to give it a go, sir. I think with a fair wind, given the examination in chief, Mr. Lewis has already been on the journey that I was partly going to go on him, to go with them on. So I think that we could be saved going on that journey again. So it's a very helpful examination in chief there. So I'm happy to just crack on and give it a go.
Fair enough. Okay, over to you then.
Mr. Lewis, could I first of all ask you to have a copy of your inquiry report, which you'll be referring to fairly regularly, so 11.6.1, please.
I have a paper copy with me.
Sorry, it's 6.2.
Yes, it's Mr. Lewis's report 11.6.2. Yes, that's all we've got open. Okay.
To go back and look at very briefly at your profile, Mr. Lewis, if I may, which is on right at the back of the document. And we see there that your role as an archaeologist with significant experience in management, scheduled monuments, policy and legislation. And just looking at your profile at the end, you say that your interests lie in the Iron Age Scotland, in landscape photography and in sailing. Is that correct?
That's exactly what I wrote, yes.
And so rather than being a busman's holiday, it brings both your professional experience and your hobbies to work. Is that right?
It means I'm well positioned to offer qualified advice on this case.
And you didn't choose to get the camera out. You've relied on other people's visualizations. Is that correct?
I have indeed got the camera out on this journey many times.
But not lodged before this inquiry.
Not lodged before this inquiry.
So you said that you've had your camera out on that journey many times. Do you have a local connection to this area?
I have been visiting Islay for pushing 30 years in terms of family holidays. The role that I have means that I cover casework across a wide part of Scotland, including Kintyre and Islay. So it's an area with which I'm familiar.
And in terms of your role as a senior ancient monuments officer, you undertake casework and are responsible for the regulation and management and direct works to scheduled monuments across northern and western Scotland, as well as acting as a statutory consultee. Is that correct?
That is indeed correct.
Can I now ask you to look at the report of Carol Anderson, please, which is CD 10.7.
Okay, I have that in front of me.
And if you go to page 15 and Roman numeral 5, presumably you were here to hear the evidence that was put to my witness yesterday afternoon.
I was here yesterday afternoon. You might need to refamiliarize me with where you are going.
That's Roman numeral 5 and the last 3 or 4 sentences. We see the statement, the approach into the entrance of Tarbert from the west will be significantly affected by this proposal, which would detract from the focus provided by Dunskeag due to the proximity of large turbines seen variously across either side above the hill. More extensive views to Knapdale and Kintyre Coast and Newport waters close to Gear would additionally be interrupted by the proposal, with turbines dominating the scale and diminishing the prominence of Dunskeag, which forms a landmark feature in eastward views. And then there's a reference to ferry visualizations. Do we see that?
I see that, yes.
And do you recall that line of material being put to Mr. Morley yesterday?
I recall it being put to him. You might need to remind me what his answers were.
Well, luckily you're in the witness box now. So what I'm now going to do is to go back through that particular witness's relationship with Dunskeag, purely in a heritage perspective. So all the points I'm going to be looking at are heritage, where Dunskeag has been mentioned in her material, so that we have a full context for these remarks. So can I ask you then to look at document 16.19, please?
Sixteen point 19. Okay, I have that before me.
And just, I always think it's unfair to put a witness in without setting a bit of context. So on the right hand of the page, of the initial page, you come in one page, there's 2 pages, obviously not numbered, but I'm just going to take you to the right hand page, which would be page 3 of the document. And we see there an email from Arlene Knox to Carol Anderson, and we see underneath there, by way of update, High Constellation at PPSL Committee Day, and members agreed with officers' recommendation not to object. We then, underneath that, see we would like to consult you on the Sheirdrim Renewable Energy Development Section 36 consultation. Expect to land on Monday. I would be aiming to respond to the ECU by 15th March next year, all going smoothly. Can you please advise whether this is something you would be agreeable to doing, and provide an initial estimate for my development manager? Do you see that?
I see that.
Yes. And if we're looking at the response, Ms. Anderson starts off with, oh no, Arlene, not another wind farm in Kintyre. I was on Rathlin Island last week, and you can clearly see Tangy and Benetut wind farm from there. And no doubt with your interest in maritime matters, you'll know where Rathlin Island is. An island just off the north of Ulster, with strong connections with Dalriada, is that right?
That is indeed where it is, yes.
Thank you. But in terms of the context, we then go on to see that Carol Anderson, the landscape architect, is, I note that Dunskeag is not identified as an LVI viewpoint, although it's mentioned in the Cultural Heritage chapter of the scoping report. We need to ensure that the applicant prepares a visualization from these key viewpoints important culturally and value. Do we see that?
I see that.
She then provides the requirement for viewpoints about the Isle of Ferry within Westlock Tarbert. We see that, so she's fully aware of the Isle of Ferry.
I see that.
That she's to do some fieldwork review at ES and drafting of a report identifying key landscape and visual effects, 3.5 days. So that's the proposed commission. And if we go to CD 1620, which is the next document,
I have that in front of me.
And do we see there that in the introduction, we see that this review of the landscape and visual effects of the proposed development have been undertaken by Garland Butte Council and field visits to the area. So it appears that Ms. Anderson won the commission, and this is the result of the exchange of emails. Have you had an opportunity, as I suggested, to review this document?
I had a brief glance through it just before we came onto this session.
And does this document contain anything of the similar comments in relation to Dunskeag from the sea, which have finally ended up in Carol Anderson's inquiry report?
Let me just refamiliarize myself with it. So on page 6 of that PDF, we have reference to the Isla ferry routes. The ferry route analysis, visualizations and maps set out in Appendix 7.6 are informative and help confirm that significant effects would occur on views from much of the route between Kennecraig and close to the northern point of Gear. Whether that transfers across into her inquiry report, you'll need to tell me.
Oh, I will do, Mr. Lewis. What I was talking about
Please,
was the
please do.
specific comments about Dunskeag and the relationship to turbines from out to sea.
There is obviously reference to Dunskeag in the next but one bullet point down in that list. I suppose it's important to remember, of course, that this is the perspective of from a landscape and visual perspective, not in terms of assessing the contribution that setting makes to a scheduled monument.
Indeed, Mr. Lewis, but we'll come to that. What I'm doing is setting out the context of a line that was put to my witness yesterday. We're just going to track through this, and then we'll get to the conclusion where we perhaps have an opportunity to have that discussion. So there's nothing else that you can point to that had the equivalence of that section of the inquiry report, other than views from the ferry and the specific section on Dunskeag, which looks to be about viewpoint 6 and the effects of actually going and visiting it.
Nothing is leaping out at me on this very quick reading. If there is anything in particular, please direct me towards it.
If we could keep going, because I don't want to be, this could be a very relatively short matter, but 1621.
I have 1621 before me. Yeah.
An exchange of emails between Arlene Knox and Carol Anderson, the same parties who had previously seen exchanges from. And if we go on to page 2 of the document, do we see that Miss Anderson appears to have read and understood that Historic Environment Scotland had objected to this application? Do we see that?
I see that. I see reference to it being unusual for HES to object. Yes.
I've had a quick skim of your report and all seems fine. So glad Historic Environment Scotland are objecting. Very unusual for them. So you've got at least one fan there.
I've got more fans than that.
Now, can we now look at Historic Scotland's original objection, CD 2.9.3, please?
I have CD 2.9.3 in front of me.
And can we move through that document? That's a shame it's not got numbers, but there's various sections. There's a section called Impacts on Setting, which I've got in at about 3 or 4 doc pages in.
Yes, it's on middle of page 6 of the PDF.
Yeah, Impacts on Setting. Is that correct?
Impacts on setting in italics, and then follows the proposed renewable energy development.
Yes, and that effectively is prefaced earlier a couple of pages on, which is our assessment done ski, and it goes on to the next page to have a paragraph 3. Do we see that on the immediate page after impacts on setting? And the top of the page starts with, whilst the renewable energy development would have an impact on aspects of it, it would not be so adverse to affect the integrity to the point where it would raise a national issue. Do you see that? That's
Yes,
the top of the page, yeah. And if I go down to paragraph 3, do we see the wording of the objection as demonstrated in the supply visualizations? Ferry route point B and C. The proposed turbines would be clearly visible in the sky and directly behind Dunskeg, most of them were views from the sea. The turbines would surround and appear above Dun in these views, thereby competing for dominance and diminishing the visual prominence of Dunskeg. Then there's a discussion about Freesdale turbines, and then a further sentence: this proposed development would therefore significantly diminish Dunskeg's prominence in those views from out to sea, which makes such an important contribution to our ability to understand, appreciate, and experience the monument. Do we see that?
I see that.
Agree that there's a striking similarity between the text, or approaches in text, in there with that which we saw in Miss Anderson's inquiry report.
If there's a similarity, it's because you have 2 independent parties coming to a similar view in terms of level of impact.
Well, that's clearly a matter which I'll ultimately take up with Carol Anderson, but can we see that tracking a history, when Miss Anderson produced her independent report for the council, it didn't incorporate the wording that we saw in the report. We have a position welcoming Historic Scotland's objection, and we then find text within her report, which is at best very similar and of a very similar character to that which was represented in the Hes objection.
I don't think I'm in a position to be able to comment on how Miss Anderson got her advice, or indeed what sources she drew upon. I think it's unfair to be asked that.
I was just asking for a textual analysis, but I'm prepared to accept your answer. And can we move on then? Can we look back at Carol Anderson's report just to close this matter off, please? At CD 10.7.
Yes, I have that. Yes, I have that.
And I want you to go to Appendix C at the back of the report, please.
Annex C, page 28. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, I am. I want you to come in about 3-4 pages where we're going to discuss key routes from effects on views from key routes.
Halfway down page 31 of the PDF.
And do you see the discussion of the Isla ferry route?
I do.
Yeah. And do we see there And if just for your context, the right-hand column is our Gyle and Butte council appraisal. So just to be clear, because it was put, I think, to my witness that there was stated to be significant effects at viewpoint C arising from Carol Anderson's inquiry report. But I just want to say in the specifics here, do we see that the extent of the significant visual effects would extend to approximately between viewpoints B and C. That's what she's calling it. Roughly between viewpoints B and C.
She's saying, I consider that significant effects would occur over approximately 10k from the open sea, roughly between viewpoints B and C. My understanding from yesterday, please correct me if I'm wrong, is that viewpoint C is approximately 10 kilometers from Dunskeag. It might have been 8 kilometers, I can't quite remember. But she is certainly indicating that significant effects kind of occur from, well, what she's saying is between points B and C.
That's, as I read it, the extent of those significant effects stops roughly between B and C. That's the only way that makes sense to read that. And the 10 kilometers, 10 kilometers from the turbines. And we can go there if we want, but there's lots of visual material where we have 10 kilometer markings from the turbines put on drawings. So that would be a very obvious position.
Yeah, no, she's not saying 10 kilometers from the turbines, she's saying 10 kilometers from the open sea, which is different because the turbines are 4 kilometers east of Dunskeag and hence the open sea.
And it's roughly between points B and C that she considers the significant effects to cease to occur. Well, I'll obviously ask Ms. Anderson. I think the text.
Yes, my reading of that is my reading is that the significant effects do not stop at an arbitrary point between B and C. My reading of that is that from a landscape and visual perspective, the significance of those effects tails off as you transit between those two particular viewpoints, which I think is a fair reading, but the question is really for Ms. Anderson rather than myself.
And let's just keep going and go to the gear receptor group, please. And do we see under the gear receptor group, we find that the applicant's assessment is moderate, minor, and not significant effects. And from the gear group, Ms. Anderson agrees that the effects on this area would not be significant.
You will need to tell me where the gear receptor group is, because at the moment it is just an item in a list, whether that is particular houses or viewpoints on gear, whether it is the ferry route across to gear. You know, gear is a reasonably large island. We can't just generalize based off one line of a report. So if you'd like to tell me what you mean by that receptor group, then that would be helpful.
Not going to help you because it's a matter of.
Am I correct that we're on page 33? This is in a reference to the document. I believe we're still in document CD 10.7, and you've referenced, Mr. Innes, the gear receptor group, which I understand to be described certainly in that table on page 33, which I understand to be the final page. Is that the part of the document that you're referring us to?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm happy to leave it for Ms. Anderson or re-examination if you want to talk about gear receptor groups. But perhaps more importantly, Mr. Lewis, do you accept, and what I think we should probably do is have a quick look at the setting guidance. Could you have CD 17.3, please?
Yes, I have.
Yes. And page 9, thank you.
Yes, I am there.
Do you agree the bottom right-hand column essentially distinguishes between when we're carrying out a setting our assessment that we're not here about understanding essentially the tourism, leisure or economic role of the site, even if the site were never to be visited, that would not be a matter which would remove the fact that it has a setting. Is that correct?
I'm not in a position to discuss tourism and leisure. What I am in a position to do is to discuss the way that, for instance, sense of place feeds into setting and kind of local resonance, and in that kind of respect, the way that various different people's kind of take value from a monument and its setting. I can comment on that, but I can't comment from a kind of a tourism perspective because that's not my background.
Or if we were doing a landscape and visual assessment, it's something fundamentally different from carrying out an assessment of setting, isn't it?
I cannot comment on the methodologies for carrying out a landscape and visual assessment because that's not my background.
Well, if that's the case, why did Historic Environment Scotland yesterday put a plethora of landscape and visual evidence to the witnesses? Was that a matter you were aware of that was going to be done? And was it done on the instructions of HES, as far as you're aware?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I lost you at the start of that.
Well, I've asked you about one, but yesterday there was a whole series of matters put to my witness that came from a landscape and visual assessment. And you're saying you're not professionally qualified to comment on them. What I'm saying is, given that position, were you aware that the representatives HES were going to run a line of landscape and visual impact assessment with a professional heritage witness?
I'm aware that the landscape and visual impact assessment information is kind of a way to kind of support a position on setting, and whilst I appear to have my connection has dropped out. Can anyone still hear me?
We can indeed, Mr. Lewis. You're
Yes, we can hear you. You're audible.
So,
You might not be able to see us. We can see you. So
just bear with me. I've got lots of red triangles.
Oh right, I understand. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. I just can't see anybody apart from yourself, sir.
Right.
But that's fine.
Well,
we'll
lucky
go
you.
with that. Lucky you.
But yeah, let's please keep going because we can certainly hear you. So let's continue. So I think I can't remember, were you partway through speaking, or whether Mr. Innes was partway through speaking. I can't recall.
No, I think Mr. Lewis
Mr. Innes might need to remind me of the nuance of the question.
Your response to me, which I think was a very fair one for a professional in your field, was that you don't have any professional basis for carrying out landscape and visual assessment, so you do not feel qualified to comment on it. And I think that's what you said was the gist of the answer. I'd ask you about your knowledge of whether and why, given that answer, effectively HES had put a series of landscape and visual assessments to my heritage witness when you, as the professional witness, were suggesting that effectively it's not something that you would comment on or feel comfortable commenting on. And if that's the position, Mr. Lewis, I'm perfectly happy to move on.
So my background, as you've seen from my CV, is assessing, effectively managing change to scheduled monuments and their setting. I'm an archaeologist by background, and my experience is in assessing scheduled monument consent applications and feeding into the planning process. I am not a kind of a cultural heritage advisor in their broadest sense, like Mr. Morley, who has a wide range of experience. and I would work on the assumption that he was well placed to be able to comment on those issues. I do not feel as well placed to comment on those issues, given the role that I do.
But equally, you are supposedly an expert in carrying out assessment of setting. Now, that's the point that I come back to. If we're carrying out an assessment of setting, that is a very different exercise from being undertaken at a landscape and visual assessment, where we're giving receptor values, magnitudes of change for a whole range of different reasons. Not the position?
That seems fair enough. I should, of course, just remind the reporters that the wireframes initially did not come within a cultural heritage context. They came within a landscape and visual context. So in order to be able to make that initial assessment of impact, we had to effectively source them from the landscape and visual components of the environmental statement, and then of course they've been expanded upon at our behest.
Now, can I ask you to look at CD 10 points, 3 points? Sorry, 10.
I missed that. Sorry, 10 point.
6 point C.
C.
Yeah.
I have that in front of me.
Yeah. Is that a document that you understand the basis of?
I recognise it from yes.
Right, thank you. Just in terms of ZTV and visibility, we've had quite a lot of evidence. Can we agree that essentially the visibility from approximately B1 extending into West Loch Tarbert itself for just under 4 kilometres has very limited visibility of turbines?
That is what the ZTV indicates, yes.
So, I mean, I think you know these documents probably well enough now that we don't need to keep turning each one up. So, for example, for me, I'm not saying no visibility, but very restricted visibility. Would that be fair?
Yeah, I mean, looking at those, it's a light color, which is going to suggest, you know, one, 2, or 3 blade tips.
Max, and we've got other documentation which also illustrates that. And I suppose trying to sort of bring this together as in terms of so that we can narrow down stuff. As I understand it, from reading your inquiry report, I don't believe that you are suggesting that the effects within West Loch Tarbert itself give rise to effects which you consider are likely to have an adverse effect on the integrity of Dunskeag.
I think what we say in our consultation response, which I might need to take us back to. I think the broad position is that when you are moving up and down West Loch Tarbert, either into the loch or out of the loch, you are moving amongst a network of broadly contemporary Iron Age monuments. As you can see from that ZTV, particularly as you go further into the loch, you will have a much kind of more extensive visibility of the Sheirdrim development. My recollection is that we consider this would have an impact on the relationship between sites in West Loch Tarbet and Dunskeag and vice versa, and the reciprocity. But this is not an issue that we are bringing to the inquiry. And in fact, I think the statement of agreed matters effectively closes that off, and we're just addressing the issues pertaining to the monument's relationship to its sea and the inward views. You might need to correct me if I've misunderstood that.
I'm just trying to make sure that there's no ambiguity in relation to that. And equally, there's nothing directly in and around the monument itself and views from that give rise to the level of concern that you want to raise that at this inquiry.
Again, that is set out in the statement of agreed matters. There is an impact in terms of, obviously, once you're at Dunskeag, as shown in viewpoint 6, all of the turbines are visible, and they do have an impact on the relationship between the monument and the agricultural lands that supported it. But I was content that this impact was not of a severity to maintain an objection in its own right.
And equally,
Can I just add, obviously, given of course that my understanding of the setting of the monument, that the key characteristic is its relationship with the sea, and the reciprocity of those views. Effectively, my focus has been on the impact of the proposal in terms of that key characteristic of its relationship, rather than its relationship with the agricultural lands. I think that's quite clearly set out in my responses.
And equally, in relation to the other monuments such as Borrick, which we've talked about, we can see there that's to the south of Dunskeag. That relationship is preserved, correct?
Yes, Dunronican is a small site. It's right down by the coast. It's on a small prominent hill. There is a visual relationship between Dunskeag and Dunronican, and in our responses and in my assessment, I've not considered that the turbines would have a significant adverse impact on that relationship.
In terms of, I know we got into some interesting discussions about ferry routes, but you as a sailor must have realised that you probably weren't going through the map on the locations on the OS map, or not.
Indeed, it's a very kinetic experience when you're out on the water. In a bigger vessel like a ferry, it's easier to hold a prescribed route, but of course, there is other shipping that needs to be in the way. There's wind, there's tides, there's weather that all needs to be factored in. And in terms of the relationship with the sea, we are talking about kind of potentially, well, certainly smaller vessels in the time as the fort was occupied, and their kind of movements across that area are going to be a lot more flexible or less inflexible than the ferries are, for instance.
So when the applicants used essentially viewpoint 13 to add to the extent of that visualization from various points, that seems to be quite a sensible position to adopt, because what we have at the north of Gea is a place where we can actually have a physical viewpoint where we can do all the photography properly, and we aren't having to effectively do what we have to do when we're doing ferry montages, which is try and fix the photograph to the photograph to the underlying wireline, it has less precision when we're on the move, and you probably appreciate that being a photographer. But in terms of visual material, do you think there's anything lacking now that we have? We've got wire lines from just north of that. We've got viewpoint C. Do you feel that we now have an adequate range of visual material to enable the effects to be understood?
I think that there is an adequate range of visual material, accepting, of course, that when you are at sea, it is a movable feast. You know, you have done what you can in terms of kind of taking viewpoints from the ferry, which we all accept is a reasonable approximation of how a lot of people will experience the monument in its setting today.
I suppose just setting the scene, I just want to sort of keep going, setting the scene before we come to specific points. Essentially, as I read your report, and again, I'm taking it at a very simple level so that we can then move forward to discuss the particular merits or not of that particular proposition. But as we move from point B to effectively to C, we can see in the visualizations that as one extends out further out to the west, that effectively the relationship of the turbines and Dunskeag changes.
When you are closer in, excuse me, sorry for everyone that. When you are closer in, the Dunskeag is a bigger presence. When you are close to its foot, the shape of the topography means that the turbines are less visible as you move further out. Conversely, the turbines become more visible as there is less landform to screen their impact.
I'm just seeking to sort of ascertain, I mean, at viewpoint, you know, we've got viewpoint B1, a couple of tips visible off to the right. By the time we get to viewpoint B, again, we've got turbines off to the right. But again, at this distance, Dunskeag is clearly visible. Features of the effectively the hill on which the monument is located are visible, aren't they? You can see the stone and the effectively which outcrop to the west.
From viewpoint B, yes.
And if I mean, I'm going to amend the viewpoint 1.9.1. It's the additional information that I'll be using because obviously it's heritage. So in that particular viewpoint, we have the turbines away. It's fairly clear they're sitting behind landform, etc. It's not that gives you particular concern, is it?
Just allow me to find the document. So document is 1.9.1, the additional information, and you are referring to viewpoint B, which is page 8. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And your question, please.
I think we've been discussing how from viewpoint ferry at B1 we get a couple of tips. We come out to B. The turbines are situated off to the south, apparently, and sitting behind landform, effectively. Isn't that largely what we see there?
I would disagree. They're not all sitting behind landform. I think the three on the left, 3, 6, 8, you can see tips. The kind of central cluster are footed behind the spine of that ridge, but the majority of the turbine is visible within that landform. And then you have others, for instance, 11 and it's either 17 or 12 that are kind of forward of the ridge according to that wireframe. my understanding may be misconstrued there.
And in terms of looking at heritage matters, have you ever, I mean, are you experienced in dealing with the difference between wirelines and photomontages?
I have 16 years experience of doing it.
And do you acknowledge, given that extensive experience, that the fundamental issue with wirelines, particularly where we're looking at topographical features, is that because of the underlying level of survey work, that all the finer detail gets flattened into whatever the underlying resolution is, and equally it is of a profile that's been flattened and effectively reflected in the wireline.
Yes.
And so one of the issues about utilization of wirelines is that effectively that detail is, because of the limitations of our survey work, means that we lose the resolution of finer landforms because of the limitations of the underlying data.
I understand that the wirelines are, of course, a guide. Yes.
And in terms of very point B, that does not seem to give rise to the particular issues that you've canvassed within your inquiry report about the turbines essentially dominating above and behind. Can we agree that?
No, I disagree. I think in that viewpoint from viewpoint B, the turbines are, you're at a point there where Dunskeg is quite clearly dominant. It is quite clearly prominent. You have the turbines on the ridge behind it, and they are distracting and detracting from that sense of prominence and dominance. And I think that is shown in the wirelines as well as in the photomontages.
We'll have to disagree on that. And in terms of the full towers, they're clearly, when you see these turbines, they're sitting behind that ridge, aren't they? Which is a ridge behind, in landform terms, Dunskeg.
My understanding is some of them are footed behind that ridge, and some of them are on it and indeed just in front of it, when seen from this particular perspective.
The figure 3, is that correct?
I'm on page 8 of that PDF, which is at point B.
And in terms of ferry point B2, which is slightly further out between B and C, do see effectively turbines to the left and to the right of Dunskeg. Is that correct?
So we're on page 19 of that PDF. Yes, I did. That is, of course, a wireline that you can also see the Freesdale turbines in. So actually, what you're seeing, if my reading of it is correct, is Sheirdrim to the right and Freesdale to the left.
Indeed.
I think.
So we have that experience at that particular viewpoint already, don't we, from the Freesdale? There are turbines there, which are essentially the Freesdale turbines, which are off to the left, and the other ones from Sheirdrim Hill to the right. That's correct, isn't it?
What you're seeing at the Freesdale turbines is you're seeing a selection of blade tips at some significant distance from the monument. My understanding is they are much smaller and located further east than the Sheirdrim ones are. So yes, you can see them. And interestingly, in I think it was either Mr. Morley's report or Mr. Morley's statement, he made the interesting comments that the Freesdale turbines were actually much more prominent and significant in those views than the Y-lines even suggested.
Well, as you know, I think the Freesdale turbines are best experienced on the ferry because, as we all know, that is where you'll get that experience. But you do get that experience from roughly B2 of seeing Freesdale turbines, don't you?
You see the Freesdale turbines off to the left of Dunskeag. You do not see the Freesdale turbines behind Dunskeag or to the right, as you would view it from this montage.
And from this viewpoint, you can clearly discern Dunskeag, you can see Dunskeag, you can appreciate the landform, and it's about this distance that we begin to lose the detail, isn't it?
You can indeed see the landform. You can see the way the top of the summit has been sculpted by the monument, the various kind of successive phases of the monument. As you proceed out to point C, the kind of prominence of Dunskeag is retained. The precise detail of the visible components of the monument becomes harder to view as you move further out. But as we've already established, you don't need to be able to see a site in order for it to have a setting that can be impacted upon.
Insofar as Dunskeag is concerned, when we're at this sort of distance and in, there's another thing that you can see, which is the trig point forms quite a prominent notch on top of Dunskeag as well, doesn't it?
Let me just zoom in on that visualization. If you can make out the trig point in that visualization, you've got better eyesight than I have.
2020 vision corrected.
I wish mine were.
And about 0 not corrected. I can see the bottom line at the optician when they put the worst of the worst on, and I can just about make out the letters. So yes, my vision is exceptional under correction. But that's a matter which again can probably best be experienced. But in terms of this particular viewpoint, again, we can understand Dunskeag's landform. We can appreciate its shape, its height. It is still skylined here. It is presenting that image of having some prominence here. That's what I suggest to you, isn't it?
That is what you're suggesting to me. I am saying that the turbines at this point, and as you move further out towards B, dominate and distract kind of from the qualities of what we know to be a key characteristic of Dunskeag's setting, which is its ability to be the dominant feature in this landscape. I would argue that these visualizations show the turbines detract from that ability of Dunskeag to be the dominant feature.
Now,
I'm
of course,
just conscious.
I didn't ask a question about turbines. I was talking about Dunskeag as a hill form here, and perhaps that's the appropriate time to break for our 4 o'clock catch up.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to ask whether you've managed to hear from the other members of your team, but I wonder if it's worth us having a 5-minute break to allow you to catch up with colleagues to work out whether you've done that or not. And oh, sorry, I thought you were about to say something to me. So perhaps yes, if we can have a break now. Come back at 4:05, please, and we'll then discuss next week, and hopefully we'll have been able to hear from Mr. Innes's colleagues about whether that particular session is possible on Tuesday. So 4:05, please. Okay, welcome back, everybody. Can everyone hear me? Yeah, okay, great stuff. Just before we continue, I promised that we would just discuss again next week. Mr. Innes, have you had a chance to hear from those members of your team who might have appeared at the hearing session that we were proposing to shift?
Yes, sir, and we're good to go for Tuesday.
Thank you very much for doing that. That's good news. So I take it everybody had said before that they were comfortable with the hearing session on conditions moving to Tuesday afternoon. Mr. O'Carroll, I think you'd confirmed that before, so if you can just do that again for me, just so we're all...
Yes, I can. It's been double confirmed from my planning witness that she's very happy to appear on Tuesday afternoon to deal with the conditions.
Fantastic, thank you. And that gives us all day then Wednesday to hear from Carol Anderson, and I think Mr. O'Carroll, and then we'll come to Mrs. Pratt. Both of you had previously said that that was okay, is that correct?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
And Mrs. Pratt?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. So we will run the overspill for inquiry session 1 on Wednesday from 09:30. What we'll do is we'll email out at the end of today, or it might end up being Monday. I think tomorrow's a public holiday and we might not be early enough to catch our casework team this evening, but we will get written correspondence of that to you in due course. So thank you very much, all of you, for your cooperation with that. And let's now return to where we were. And it's probably worth just taking a sounding of where people think they are. Mr. Innes, how far do you think you need to take us this evening?
I'm not certain, but I think there does that has to be a cut-off. It is, as I say, doing these things virtually it is more difficult in some respects. But can we go beyond 5, or is that impossible? Or I have real my own view is there comes a point where being on screen all day is exhausting.
Yes, I think I would recognise that. So are you asking to pause now, or are you wanting to keep going until 4:30?
I'm going to give it a go, and if I think at any point that either myself or the witness thinks, or you more importantly, because at the end of the day, you have to sit and participate throughout the whole day without any breaks. But if you feel that at any point that it's becoming too much, or that you're feeling things are wandering and I'm feeling a bit lost, I certainly think by the time you're after 4 o'clock on a video day that started at 9:30, things do tend to deteriorate both in the quality of the questions and the thing. So it is just one of those facets. But I do recognise that it would be desirable to try and achieve a conclusion tonight. So I will try my best to bring it to a head and go through things as quickly as possible without missing out important matters.
Yeah, I think we're looking no longer than 4:30. Mr. Milne, you've been hearing the discussions we've been having. What do you think?
That Mr. Lewis's view and mine is, if it's possible to conclude matters today, that would be preferable. But if Mr. Lewis could shout if he is flagging, then that is clearly an important issue. But if 4:30 is the deadline, we can see where we've got to by that point.
From my perspective, I'm certainly keen to conclude today, so I will endeavour to be brief and concise with my responses to precise questions.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Right, well, we'll proceed now, and we'll take a check at 4:30, and if the end is in sight by that time, we'll have a look, but I think we'll see how we're all feeling by that stage. So let's continue then. So, Mr. Innes, over to you.
Thank you. Mr. Lewis, we're just talking viewpoints B and B1 in terms of additional information. Can we agree that even within between viewpoints B and B1, that in the photography we're beginning to lose the detail, some of the detail of Dunskeag, and in particular some of the larger rockier formations that were clearly identifiable at B become harder to discern by the time we get to B2?
so the first part of your question, you referenced between B1 and B. B1 is of course closer in than B. I'm assuming you're meaning between B and B2. Is that correct?
Precisely the 4 o'clock dilemma that I've raised. I would clearly have mentioned B2 had been early in the afternoon. Exactly, it's between B and B2.
Yep. As you would expect, as you move further out to sea, the ability to be able to pick out the physical components of the monument quite obviously becomes harder.
There's a basic relationship with distance. But equally, in terms of the relationship at B, when I compare B and B2, the prominence of Dunscaig at B is significantly higher at B than B2, isn't it? It extends higher in relation to its other landform. It is more dominant. And one of the points here that we have in the photography, of course, is that we're trying to capture all the turbines. So in essence, oh, that's Mr. O'Carroll's coughs back again.
Mr. O'Carroll, you might
sent him
turn your mic off if you've left it on, please.
My apologies. I've now muted.
I sent him advice on some remedies earlier in the week, and I thought they were working, but we'll carry on. So in terms of the detail, it is a question of distance, and equally the prominence of the hill decreases as one moves away. Would you accept that?
I would accept that the ability to be able to kind of see the hill rising above the remainder of the landform, that kind of decreases as you move further away, as you would expect. But in terms of the prominence of the site, I think as you move away, it still remains the kind of the key lump, the key bit of landform that kind of sticks out on that bit of coastline. And I think that is demonstrated from point C, which is page 20 of that document.
Point C, because the other thing about this, in terms of the visualizations, the horizontal field here is 39.6 degrees. So we're effectively just getting effectively a letterbox view and with no context. Isn't that correct?
That's my understanding.
Yeah. So we'd have to go and look at it. So the other point I just want to touch upon in terms of the views at B2. Do you have any difficulty in identifying that what we're seeing behind the ridge in B is modern structures and turbines? Is there any ambiguity about that?
I think there's no ambiguity.
And by the time we get to B2, again, is there any ambiguity that what we're seeing in and around Dunscaig through existing and proposed turbines are modern turbines?
Yes.
And in terms of the last series, which is C of these viewpoints, again, we're out at that bit further, and we've certainly lost all elements of detail. Would you accept that, of the hill?
You've potentially lost the ability to be able to see the sculpted summit, but you can still see the shape of the hill against the backdrop of Kintyre behind it.
And insofar as we come out, other forms and colours form sculptured colour and texture within the landscape. And for example, as we pull out, the tree line off to the left becomes a green colour, and we also get structures that appear like almost masses to the south of Dunscaig, don't we?
That's my reading of that photo montage, yes.
One of the issues at this distance is that what you say is one of the reasons I can recognise Dunscaig is because effectively I can see either side of Dunscaig and I can see different coloration of landscape. And I suspect anybody that's spent any time at the monument in recent years will note that there is a house that's been refurbished to the north, which seems to have a relatively large grass field associated with it. No doubt you'll have experienced that.
Yes, your question.
Yes, so you've experienced that.
I have seen the house that is to the north of Dunskeag. Yes, I have seen the houses around Dunronican. They form part of that that kind of current landscape. Yes.
But the time that we're out at viewpoint C, as I say, lots of different parts of the landscaping appear in this different coloured form, as opposed to being able to discern exactly what it is, isn't it? The landscape, it's almost landscape features that we're seeing.
As you get further out, the kind of detail of specific houses is lost, and in my opinion, what you are seeing is kind of structures. You're seeing, well, sorry, you're seeing the kind of the structure of the lands, the landform. You are seeing Dunskeag with its darker vegetation. You're seeing it set against a broad mosaic of green agricultural fields and indeed commercial forestry kind of this side of Freesdale.
So on viewpoint C, you're seeing Dunskeag, is that correct? Or the landform that is Dunskeag, is that correct? Is that how you're describing the landform that is Dunskeag?
It's a hill, it's a monument, it's the one and the same. I'm using landform because that's a word that I like. You could call it hill. I think I've used the word hill in my report. I can call it Dunskeag. That's what you're seeing.
And insofar in this view, do you agree that if you were coming in, you say you can still see it in this view, you can still see it with the turbines. That's the case, isn't it? The land form is still readily identifiable. And in that context, the turbines don't come forward and interrupt your ability to see Dunskeag, as you've just admitted to me in the answer that you gave.
That's not quite precise. From this perspective, what you're seeing is Dunskeag, and if we're looking at its way marking function, which we've rehearsed earlier on this afternoon, you're looking for the thing. If we're talking about impacts on setting here, which is what we're trying to do, you're looking for the thing that is sticking out on that coast. And yes, you are seeing Dunskeag. What these visualizations are showing is that you have turbines above and behind Dunskeag. And my argument is that those turbines kind of interrupt the ability to be able to perceive Dunskeag as being the prominent and the dominant feature on that coastline, insofar as that relates to the key characteristic of its setting.
But I thought we'd agreed that it was the landform here that we'd agreed that was visible, isn't it?
The landform is visible, yes.
And that landform will remain visible irrespective of whether there are turbines behind it or not.
Correct. However, its prominence and kind of dominance, which is what we're actually talking about, becomes less intelligible when you have something behind it that is moving and distracting and challenging it for kind of it's competing with it. In fact, I think probably the word is it overwhelms the sense that Dunskeag has dominance over that coastline.
Can I now ask you to go to your inquiry report, please? I want to go through a number of matters with you arising from that.
Okay, I've got a paper copy in front of me.
I could ask you to go through and look at paragraph 66, please.
Yes.
Yes.
And I want to go through this. So, as you say, 66 sailors sought alternative to rounding the dangerous Mull of Kintyre in adverse weather conditions. The passage up West Loch Tarbert with a portage across the isthmus or transfer of another vessel waiting on the other side is well attested history. Dunscaig acts as a navigable marker. So that this is part of your chapter about navigable markers. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you say that the quotes underneath support that analysis. Is that correct?
Indeed.
So if we look at the first of the quotes, when approaching the entrance to West Loch Tarbert, steer for Dunscaig, 1925, yes?
Yes.
Now, we have obviously a clear understanding of how one has to get into West Loch Tarbert if one is going to get in there without having some trouble with landforms and skerries. And clearly one of the issues there, and we've got good photographs and Mr. Morley's evidence, is that effectively to enter into West Loch Tarbert, you have to head right underneath Dunscaig because that is the passage into West Loch Tarbert, isn't it?
That's true.
So it's not, as you say, a way marker, but it's actually Dunscaig provides the key measure for entering into West Loch Tarbert safely, whilst avoiding the dangers that would occur with an attempt of passage further west.
Well, I mean, obviously, when you're at sea, you're looking at the charts in terms of kind of understanding what your water depth is, etc. You're not looking at a hill to tell you what the water depth is or where the channel is. You are using the hill to visually guide you as to where to aim for, and I think this is what that quote is referencing. You know, in terms of when approaching the entrance, steer for Dunscaig. That is, of course, preceded. They're in a slightly different order in that paragraph. So on page 129 of the 1925 document, we say Dunscaig, a hill on which is a vitrified fort, rises on the southeastern shore, and then it follows on that when approaching the entrance. So I mean, this again, this is the pilot. This is not from a particular point at sea. This is not when you are, for instance, in a tight navigable passage where you have to align, for instance, 2 marker posts to be able to get yourself through a channel and then steer a different course to align 2 other marker posts. What this guide is basically saying is when you're at sea and when you're approaching the entrance to West Loch Tarbert, you steer for Dunscaig.
It's the passage. It's when approaching the entrance to Loch Tarbert, which is precisely the point that is made. And then the second one is a quote saying Dunscaig is an isolated hill conspicuous on the south shore. Now, its conspicuousness obviously depends on where you're viewing it from, but it's conspicuous in a range of locations, isn't it? And I don't want to go over old ground, but as we've been down West Loch Tarbert, and as you get closer to it, it separates from the coast and becomes quite conspicuous. Equally, as I come from the south, there's elements again which one can see the conspicuousness of Dunscaig, can't we?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
I think the point holds true for the visualization from the wireframe from the Port Ellen ferry, which is south of Point C. I think it holds true from the view from the ferry at Point C as well. You have this conspicuous hill on the south shore. remember, this is a kinetic experience. We're just taking these from fixed viewpoints, but as you move around that water, and that water body, as you come in from the Sound of Jura, as you're moving around the Sound of Gear, or indeed the outer approaches to West Loch Tarbert, this is the conspicuous thing on that southern shore.
When describing the entrance to West Loch Tarbert, again, the entrance to West Loch Tarbert, Dunskeag is a hill on which a vitrified fort rises south-eastern shore. So I'm coming into West Loch Tarbert it's on its southeastern shore. Effectively, again, what you're describing is describing the Dunskeag as a fort at the entrance to West Loch Tarbert. That's its key relationship in terms of this passage, is that it is the location at the entrance of West Loch Tarbert, isn't it?
I think that's fairly factual, yes.
And moving on to paragraph 68. If we see these are going back and looking at antiquities of accounts, and this is obviously of 1794 in paragraph 78. When again we see what's actually said, there are the remains of many other forts in the parish, particularly one with vitrified walls and another with a very thick wall of strychlones, both built on the hill of Dunskeag, which commands the opening of Loch Tarbert. So again, what that historic reference is to the view of effectively the fort and the location commanding the opening of Loch Tarbert, isn't it?
That's what that passage said. My recollection, of course, is that Mr. Morley was in agreement with my kind of understanding of what Dunskeag is and what its kind of historical context is. And my reading would be that certainly yesterday he was content with what I was saying in these passages as well. So I'm not quite sure what's under dispute.
Well, Mr. Lewis, the great game about this is I ask the questions and you answer them, and there's no need to second guess where I'm going. I may or may not have a particular reason, but I'm entitled to ask you questions about the material that you've submitted.
Of course, my apologies.
And late in the day, and just about 4:30, we'll carry on shortly. 69, we then have some further discussion, and Sir Walter Scott and we see go on that the quote, a section from The Lord of the Isles even immortalizes the shortcut to avoid the rounding of Kintyre by travelling through West Loch Tarbert to Arran. And then we see the quote saying, ever the breeze blows merrily. Well, that's sounds good for the wind farm. But the galley ploughs no more the sea, less rounding the wild Kintyre. They meet the southern foreman's watchful fleet that held wanted way. Up Tarbert's western lake they bore and dragged their bark the isthmus o'er. Bede also observes that Dunskeag was, although not the highest, certainly the most notable in Kintyre, it also commands the entrance to West Loch Tarbert. So again, what we're seeing is the references are the commanding of the entrance to West Loch Tarbert in these historical contexts. That effectively that is seen as its role, an important function relative to the isthmus transfer, is that it's effectively controlled and commanded by the location at the entrance of West Loch Tarbert and controlling it, isn't it?
I think what those passages are demonstrating is the monument's kind of fundamental relationship with the maritime world, and yes, it is indeed controlling access into West Loch Tarbert, and therefore it follows that vessels approaching West Loch Tarbert and approaching Dunskeag are aware that they are being overseen by the structures that are on Dunskeag.
It's 4:30, sir. I've not finished, and I do have a bit to go.
Okay. Sorry, I cut you off.
On you go, if you.
How long do you think you would need to continue, and importantly, are you happy to do so?
I'm happy to do so. I think I might get there by sort of in 20 minutes, and I will do my best to do so. It will be truncating matters, but I'm happy to try and do that if that's to achieve the closure tonight. Are there any hard times for parties to get away tonight to ensure that obviously if I finish, you may have questions and then there'll be re-examination?
Yes, I need to check. I also need to check with Graham, who's running our event. Graham, are you able to hear me? I'm not hearing from Graham, which possibly means that his account is there. I think that means that we can continue until such, but I think I'm not hearing back from him. Just bear with me a moment. I've just checked and I can't see any emails from Graham either to confirm that that they were able to carry on running this. I think in view of the time, I'm very conscious that, of course, everybody was wanting to get this finished. I'm conscious of the time. I think we are all getting tired. It is now late in the day. I appreciate I'm asking you to pause, Mr. Innes, where you were through your questioning, but I think on balance, it's probably better for us all to come back refreshed on Monday morning. You said there, I think that you needed something like 20 minutes. I suspect I will probably need, depending on what you ask, of course, I may need between perhaps 10 minutes myself, maybe longer, depending on the nature of the answers. Mr. Milne, how long do you think you would need when it comes to re-examination?
At the moment, not long. It'd be sort of 10 minutes along those lines.
Just bear with me a moment then. Whilst we've been speaking and not wanting to stamp all over what I've just said to everybody, Graham Mason has just come back to us and said he is okay to run this meeting till 5, should we wish to. That would have to be the hard cutoff. So that would put us into a position, I think, where even if Mr. Innes was able to get through his questions, I think we would still have to come back on Monday. Mr. Innes, you're shaking your head, so I think.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with you, sir. I don't think we'll finish by 5, and I think probably I will be rushing it, and I'm probably not doing this as effectively as I might at this stage. I agree with you. I think we probably, unfortunately, do need to come back for a brief spell on Monday.
Yes, I think that's where I am. Mr. Milne, are you supportive of that?
Yes, absolutely. Hearing what everybody's got to say. If we can't finish it by 5, I think we would be better to stop now.
Yes, I think so then in that case. That would mean we would need to reconvene on Monday for the overspill session, and that would be at 10 a.m. So that's obviously a slightly later time, so you can set your alarm clock differently. But that would also mean that Mr. Lewis effectively has to put himself in purdah until Monday morning. Does that present major problems for you operationally, Mr. Lewis?
I can make it work.
Okay, is that acceptable?
If it helps, I have no issue with Mr. Lewis potentially having engagement with other members of the inquiry team, as long as it doesn't relate to this case. Mr. Lewis is a professional. I know the professional team at HES. I have the utmost faith in the manner in which they would conduct these matters. So he's in purdah insofar as he can't discuss the case with anybody but certainly insofar as being able to engage with other members of the HES team on other work, he might get the holiday tomorrow, so it might be of no relevance anyway. But certainly, as long as it doesn't relate to this case, certainly we would certainly trust the professional integrity of the HES team to still speak to each other if it's unrelated to this case.
Thank you, and I'll just invite Mr. Lewis to come back and confirm that for us.
Fair enough.
Okay, that's fine. Well, thank you all very much for your patience and your efforts today to get us through in good time, but I don't want to delay anybody any further. So we'll reconvene then at 10 a.m. on Monday, and thank you all very much. Good evening.